Hi everybody, Mature Simmer here. So welcome to another episode of the Dalton Highway, and we are jumping into the deep end right away. Last time I was here, just went where I could, but could not haul up some hills, so I figured, well, truck's too small, load's too heavy, whatever. So I said I was gonna take something a bit now that I'm thinking on it, though, this ain't gonna work. This isn't much lighter. It's 5,000 pounds lighter, but the difference is I've pretty much got the biggest truck I could have, 600 horsepower, 18 speed. Like, if this isn't gonna work, it's not gonna work. If it doesn't work, you're not gonna see the episode. So if you're seeing it, I was able to make it in a good enough way. Now the challenge is, as you can see, 12 hours. I'm sure it's going to take us longer than that. I'm not even sure that I can do a YouTube video this long, but we're going to see. Alright, so the challenge is, it's wide, so that could potentially cause me some other problems. But in theory, so because it's a special transport, like, this is potentially going to be crazy, but we'll see.
Drive safe.
Alright, so we need to head out this way. So now if this thing doesn't move, and it, see, like, this is taken off very nicely, I would say. So, because I'm like, yeah, if this thing doesn't go, I'm not going to do much here. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I may do partial, I may do whatever. We'll see. Alright, I'm assuming I'm gonna need to go, yeah, considering they're blocking the road that way, yes, we're gonna need to go left. And then in theory, we should have a truck that will be ahead of us, and then we should have a follow.
Keep right, and then turn right.
But I may not be able to
Turn right.
do much. We'll see. Because I might not be able to go super quick, but should be able to. So hopefully we won't get hung up on things. You know, we'll have to see. I don't know how much will be across on the roadway, all of that.
Get ready to turn right.
But yeah, like, this seems much more, I mean, this is just much easier to haul right now, so I'm hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful. You know, right now, obviously, they're blocking everything. They're certainly not going to block the entire Dalton Highway for me. So I am surprised, and maybe there won't be any other vehicles. I mean, although obviously it told me that there would be, but see, they're still blocking traffic here. Because again, in theory, we're not stopping at red lights. There's all that going on. Whoops, I'm slowing way down. That's not what I want. Alright. So we're just gonna have to be careful, but I've only got like 30 or 40 minutes here, so you know, again, this is gonna be done in segments when it's done, so no idea when this is gonna be showing up in relation to the first one, but I'm just like, you know, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna drive the road, and then I'm gonna see if I have any desires. So the other thing I have added in is the early autumn mod. So we'll see, because right now for the Yeah, so some of the trees, I guess, are a little bit yellow, but most of these are evergreens, so I don't know that it's going to do much. But yeah, the big thing is going to be, are we going to have trouble up any kind of hills? So let's see. Because this thing is in 17th speed right now, so I would expect it to slow down a little bit, but it shouldn't slow down much. Now, I would guess we're not really going to discover a whole lot of new road here. My concern is, are we going to hit... Let's see, because right now they're still, like, blocking everything, which is weird, but... But yeah, the only loads, because that list was sorted by distance, so the only loads are at, whatchamacallit?
Go straight on.
The only loads that go all the way are these special transport loads. So I don't know if there's ever a regular load, because I would have certainly preferred, like, there were some loads that were like 30,000 pounds. I mean, I would have preferred this was 40. I mean, because there wasn't the other one that was below it that went to Coldfoot was 49, and this is 44. So I'm like, you know, it's technically 7 or 8,000 pounds less. I mean, it's 3 or 4 tons. It's significant, but I think I had probably like a 370 horsepower Kenworth. Maybe I didn't. So maybe when I get to those same locations, those same hills way out in the gravel, I won't be able to deal with them either. I don't know. We'll see. I may try some of the push trucks that I didn't do the first time just to see how they work. But yeah, to me, like, this is just so much faster than the other truck was. So I did also try, there's a one-on-one map mod with GDC just to see what things look like. And yes, basically, I think this job would have paid $1,600 instead of $21,000. So it just gives you an idea. I'm not quite sure. See, like right now, it's... Well, I guess it is accelerating. It just takes a bit. I'm like, why is it going so slow?
Left, and then turn left.
Alright, so...
Turn left.
Alright. So yeah, it's interesting because literally everything is blocked off at this point, so... It's intriguing, I'll tell you that. But, yeah, I'm only going to be able to get 40, 50 miles before, you know, at best. And again, whether that's true or not, oh good, my lovely head thing, and it's my fault because I looked over at a tablet where I have some time on off to the side, so I literally turned my head 90 degrees, and then it got stuck. So we'll see. It says 5:03, 12 hours, 36 minutes, so that would be 5:03 a.m. because I'm starting at like 4:30 in the afternoon. But yes, I'm not going to sit here for 3 hours this time. I may do that in the future. Do I have to stop? Maybe I don't, because I think that's the thing. We don't have to stop for red lights. But obviously if there's traffic, we do. So that will also make this a little bit more bearable. The good news is hopefully nothing will pass us, but we're going to obviously have vehicles going the other way. But yeah, I just wanted to give this a go, and making this full run, that may be like, okay, I've done it, I've done what I want to do. Because I don't know that I want to run like a career here, but I'm also thinking, like, given how many XP we got, like, I should go up 15 or 20 levels. Like, I might get almost every skill point I possibly could need running this one job. I'm somewhat surprised. Well, yeah, let me talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is not an accurate representation of what I'll be talking about, because there's nothing like surprising that we're looking at. Now, I'm concerned about this, I will say that, because the fact that this has slowed down to 35 and we're just in town does not bode well. So it may turn out, unless because yes, if I can't make it up a hill when I get to that point, like, I'm going to abandon the job. I am not going to be playing around here, trying to get myself to Dead Horse. And then I'll figure out what you actually see as episode 2, but I will say right now I'm concerned. Now, it did only fall to 13th gear, and it was pulling it, so my hope is that we'll be okay, because once again it is lighter, and I think the Kenworth I probably had was like a 370 horse, because it wasn't going very far, and until you get above 80,000 you're technically not in a heavy haul. So it may have been like, yeah, I don't need to assign that big of a tractor to this. So I'm surprised that, oh, they are blocking it. I'm surprised they're not blocking the entrance as I go by, but they were. Alright, so we'll see what this other hill looks like here. But yeah, probably, well, maybe I'll keep it on a little bit, because I kind of want to see if the autumn mod is really doing stuff. I think it is. But the thing is, in theory, because it's 13 hours and 49 minutes until I need to rest, in theory I can just make this delivery and just, it would be one run without any sleeping or anything. Alright, so let's see, because yeah, it's not great, I'll tell you that. And some of this might have to do with just how effectively it downshifts, because I'm just surprised it's trying to muscle through this in 13th gear. Alright, so now we're down to 11th. What I want to see is a downshift and start accelerating up a hill. I don't know that I'm going to see that, but that's what I would like to see. Alright, so we've made it about 4 miles. We have gained a minute in theory, but I'm sure we're going to lose it at any moment, given that we're going 30 miles an hour. But yes, it dropped to 5:02. Alright, so far, and yes, it is pulling uphill faster. So that is what I wanted to see. So maybe this will be magical. There will definitely be times where things are just quiet and I'm just driving. I'm going to tell you that. I'm not going to talk for 13 hours. I'll just kind of be like, oh, yeah. And I do know that YouTube will put a 12-hour video out there. It just probably will not put it in an algorithm, though. Because now that I think about it, I think there was a guy who was doing the longest haul in Euro Truck was like 15,000 kilometers or something, and I think it was taking him like 15 hours. And I think you put like a 13-hour video or something out. So the bigger issue here too will be, when do I really want to invest this time? Because yes, I don't want to take 12 hours of simming time over this coming weekend to do this. Like, I really want to do other things, more regular runs in the truck sim. I've got golf things, all kinds of things. So like I said, I may have this first, 40 minutes, and then I might not touch it for another month. So it may be a year from now when this thing makes the channel. Who knows? That might be the thing. I can handle an hour a month. Now, I can't tell if the lights are on. Oh. I definitely feel like I'm moving faster than the other episode, though. Maybe not. Maybe we were moving along pretty well until we got to the gravel road. And I'm not sure here, because we're not easily going to be able to pass. This is going to be a bit insanity, but I guess we're going to see what we see here. Because yes, I need to kind of drive on the shoulder. I'm sure he's like, "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Oh, there's those mountains that jump in. Yeah, I gotta remember I'm like 10,000 miles long with the follow dolly and all that. But yeah, it's 2 p.m. It seems like the sun's going down, which it might be. And well, the way station is open. Is it going to make us stop? So again, that was like airplane quality. Oh, I'm surprised. Oh, I see, because it's blinking red.
Go straight on.
Like, I'm surprised they let him go through the red light, but they really didn't. Alright, so we'll see, because we are accelerating, but we have a hill. We got up to 40. Switch back from 16th to 14 right away.
Go straight on.
Yep. That's the plan. Because right now, if I were to sleep, it would be midnight that I would start. So that would be a bad idea. Alright, so the question is... Alright, he can get by, but it's tricky. So 44, and we are going uphill. Now we are slowing down, though. And we're in a very high gear, so... you would expect that it would be doing that. But yeah, the challenge here is, like I said, I think this may be, realistically, I'm going to be very surprised if beyond doing this that I have much interest in this. There are some other one-to-one maps, and it's like if I was to do a series on one of those, it might be on something else. Because the issue is, like, this is a one-ribbon thing. Like, every load is going to go along this roadway, other than little short local deliveries, and I don't know. Not sure that it is just going to be interesting enough for me to have any interest in. Let's be upfront about that. Alright, so we're going to try this little... Yeah, see, it like immediately stops. That's insane. But no, we're gonna try this pickup truck thing, or push truck thing, and see. Now the question is, like, where's the icon to turn it on? Like, it looks like it's up. Oh, I think I see it. Yep. So now we'll see. Alright, so travel. You can't use the ferry. Okay. Alright. Well, that sucks. I'm being really awfully mean. I'm gonna make that guy wait. Right. But yes, it's possible destinations, so it's going to operate just like a ferry. That's, in essence, what I wanted to know. Is there anything unique about it? There is not. Alright, so let's see. It says F5. Okay, so that's really zoomed in. That's where I was. Alright, so we're gonna try that, because that, like, shows me then what the ferry route is. So yeah, so there's just a really sharp turn here. But this is gonna be the first test. Like, if we really struggle here, we know it's not gonna work. This is not good, because I don't know that uphill, I don't think I'm going to be able to pass these guys, but they're going really, really slow. I am not going to slow down. Like, no way, Jose. Alright, they are... Now, if something's coming around the turn, this is going to be bad. Now, if I get close enough to this truck, like, it'll be good. But I don't know that I'm going to be able to, because he should brake and fall back. Oh boy. Alright, well, that kind of worked. Now I crashed, so now I just lost $1,200. Okay. I did 4% of damage. That's not good. Okay. I'll try not to do that again, but there was no way I was gonna, like, crawl up the hill here. I mean, the good news is we made this, and I think this was one that I was kind of like at like 12 miles an hour or something, and we didn't get that slow, I don't think. I think we stayed in the 20s. Because it's certainly, like, I would have never been able to pass those people in any way. Alright, 25, but we're down to 11th gear. And that's the thing, we can downshift a lot more, and that is the benefit. When you got 600 horse in a really high torque gear at the low end, like, yeah, that's going to work well. It's also telling me I have 257 gallons on a 220 gallon tank, which I find a bit funny. But yeah, we've already gone 13 miles, so I believe this is a better experience than what I had. We're still 503. But yeah, we're climbing a bit, but we're accelerating, so that is the power of this crazy truck. Yeah, it's going to be interesting with the downhills how fast we go, but again, the brakes were pretty crazy effective, so maybe it won't be too bad. But we're almost at Hilltop here. So, blocking the road. Yeah, definitely can't go too fast around curves, so I will have to keep an eye out on that for sure. And there's Hilltop, which was one of our early locations, but we got, you know, a long way to go, because on that map it's obviously very different of a scale than what we had. We're going that little bit, we'd get there in no time at all, but not this time. But I think that's it there. So there we go. We are now past Hilltop. Once we're on the straight road, I can take a quick peek at my time. Oh, let me stop that so that you're not getting sick. Oh, great, I can't. Come on, get out of there. Alright. About 15 more minutes, so just, I don't think I can get to where I got stuck in that time is the problem. Because that's really what I'd want to do. Alright, let's see, 73. I do remember, like, this was a spot I did, like, catch up to everybody. Because we were just flying through here. And there were a couple times I was passing police officers. And I'm guessing that's what we have again. Maybe not. Maybe that's a bus. I did add, like, trucks and buses and the other Jazzy Cat packs, so there may be some of that. Yeah, this is definitely not a police officer, but the question is, can I get past him here without taking him out? We did. I'm amazed. 91, huh? Ooh, that got a little close. I'm surprised they didn't get flagged from the other side, because that does happen sometimes. Alright, and we are slowing down. So yeah, the question is... Yeah, see, I don't think the non-pop-up... Oh. Well, let's see. Because if I do this, now can I do... Whoop. Now can I do F... No, I can't. F5 just changes it there. Okay. So if we want to see the road, which I kind of do, because I kind of want to see where these push trucks go, we're going to need to keep that up. So if we're doing that, then... are all the controls changed? That is odd. Like, you wouldn't think that they would be. But then I'm wondering if my other stuff is working. Like, do my headlights still work? But yeah, my infotainment display and all that is not doing what it should be doing. Oh my god, he was starting to turn. I saw him move. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Alright, well, we've gained 3 minutes now, so I don't know. I mean, I think I did gain some time in the beginning part, so I do remember being like, oh yeah, maybe I'll go quicker. And then we suddenly hit the crazy hills. Right. Turning off the head tracking at this point, because there's not a whole lot of things. Like, we can see far enough ahead, and pretty soon it'll be dark, and it won't matter what we can see. But yes, I just wanted to kind of look around, and we do have some autumn trees. Wanted to see if I could see my headlights. So yes, the headlights are working. But it's interesting that the changing of the dashboard and display stuff doesn't work and do anything here. So you can kind of get an idea of the scale of the map, though, with how long we've been on this straightaway. Alright, looks like we've got another push truck thing coming up. I think there were 3 or 4 before we then got to the hilly area. So I may push it a little longer now that we know we are moving. Yes, I'm moving to the center because I don't want my wide load to catch anything. Yep, definitely another piece. So this was one we absolutely could not tell where it went, but hopefully we'll be able to now. So we'll see. We'll see what we can see. Yeah, we're 23 miles in. Like, feels like we're moving. I'm surprised we're catching things, and we probably will, given that, again, we're getting near a push truck, so they're gonna slow down. Alright, but there are the push trucks. I'm not entirely sure if we can see the full end yet. Right, well, it did downshift, but it has not slowed down. But yeah, it looks like it goes through that little chicane and then still continues. So it is big and long. Question is, does it, I think it stops when the road goes away a little bit and then comes back. So I think it goes from here to there. We'll see how far it really is. We're at 479 now to the end. And it may have just changed, so it should be good. But if it didn't, like if it suddenly becomes 478 really quickly. And like I said, I vaguely remember not getting below 25 before, so I wasn't really worried about it, and then suddenly we got to those dirt hills and it was all over, because see, we're below 25, we're at 24. Alright, but now we are accelerating even though we're still climbing. So getting down to 11th gear is giving us enough power that we can go faster. So that is better. This is a long climb, as far as just time. Once again, because we were going 30, like we finally shifted to 478 just now, so I'm guessing it might be 2 miles, which is still not nothing in real roads, I mean, but it looks like we're going to go down for a bit here. Because we do have the sign there, so that's interesting. So I'll have to be careful, because there's definitely some wiggling around that's happening there. And obviously we can tell, because the truck is now cycling through its gears. But I don't think we go down for very long, because there wouldn't be a whole lot of need to climb again if we did. So I think it would have joined back up here, which There's clearly some dotted line. Alright, so this patch here is, I think, where we would then end our journey. Now, it was only like 144 miles, I think, but I think we still had to go like 60 before we hit the dirt. So I don't think there's really any hope of me getting there. Because I know I was at like 50 or 60 to go, which meant I would have gone like 80 or 90 before I think I had to like look up how do I how do I teleport the truck. But again, I know it was like between 45 and mile marker 29 before pump station 6 that I teleported in one big fell swoop when I went 16 miles or whatever. So that I did not drive. I don't know how many bad points there were, but again, it's a long way away from where I'm at here. But a bit of big curves here, that's for sure. It seems long and sweeping, so I think we're okay. But we'll see if it starts getting crazy fast. Obviously, I'll have to... See, like, this also seems to have a better engine brake. Oh, I say that, and now it's clearly struggling. I mean, it's on. Alright, so we went back down to 55. That is good. This may be, we'll pass this RV, but I think this is a stopping point, and we'll pick it up.
Let's do this.
Alright, so next segment here, in case it looks a little odd, because it may. Took a little bit to get going, so I'm a little worried about that. I'll have to keep that in mind. But yeah, what I'm going to try to do is make sure, my goal here is to get to the point where I got stuck before. Because like I said, if I can't get past that, that's going to cause some problems. Alright, let's turn that on. Alright, can't tell if I have my lights on, but... Oh, I must have clipped the guy. Saw trailer damage. 1%, so maybe... Thought I was far enough over, but... Alright, so we're getting up there. Yeah, it was odd that it would not really I mean, I was about ready to... Because the wheels weren't spinning or anything. It wasn't like what I had before. So yeah, that'll be interesting. And yeah, so if nothing else, I guess I need to start it like just over the top of a hill or something. But yeah, we've still got 473 miles, telling me about 12 hours. So if we make it, we got a long way to go. Oof. And I had the wheel turned pretty sharply there. We weren't like sliding, skidding or anything. Yeah, I would think with this wide of a load, theoretically, it would be very hard to tip, but I'm sure you could get sucked off the edge. Let's see, 42. Yeah, and the good thing is it does seem to downshift a little bit faster than the other transmission was. So that's the one thing I could potentially try to do with this, is really go to manual where I have to change every gear. That just gets really tedious, obviously. Oh, come on. Okay, I need to, I guess, pay a little more attention to what I'm doing. So, like, oh, I see. So I really am, okay, I gotta be further over when somebody's passing me. Yeah, I'm less concerned for this, because like I said, I'm not sure that once I make this run, that I'll be returning to this a lot. I mean, it's interesting, because the thing we'll have available at that point is, for the most part, other than I think there's battles or something off on a spur, and a few other little ones that are, I think we passed one on the first route that I did here in Dalton Highway, where off to the left, something with an S, it wasn't a steamboat, but it was something, and because yeah, that's the one bad thing is, yes, when you pause and then go back, or when you get out and go back in, like you're at a dead stop. Like if it would remember you were moving and how fast you were moving and would start you up that way, that would be better in this situation. And most, I would agree, you probably want to not do that, because you could be barreling down the roadway and suddenly, of course, again, you probably should pick a safer spot to pause, but I honestly didn't even think, it didn't look that steep where I was at, and in theory it wasn't. I mean, once it started going, it just was not. Okay, so now let's move way over here. Okay. So I think that was the issue, is I was keeping my hood ornament on the paint, and that just didn't give them enough room. But yeah, right now it's doing pretty well. I mean, it's actually sped up from 40 to 45. And yes, it got a little steeper, it went down to 42, but... So yeah, now it's climbing back up, it went to 41, now it's up to 44. Now we're steeper a little bit. I could see the pitch of the truck go up. But yeah, I have about an hour and 15 minutes here, so I'm hoping we'll get to that point and we'll know. Doesn't mean we can make it all the way to the end, because again, there could be even crazier portions. But if it's working like this, it'll be better. I just know, obviously, the problem was once we hit the dirt, and it was a ways away down the dirt, so we haven't even hit the dirt yet. But that's also because I think we haven't even gone 50 miles, so... Yeah, and in theory, it's telling me I can go 1,206 miles on this fuel, so... It's also interesting that this is larger than theoretically my tank is, because it's telling me 252 out of 220 gallons. Right, so obviously this is another segment. This was the one I tried to use, but then I couldn't tell where I needed to go, so I'm sure after this is when it gets worse. And in theory, we go down to 50. It didn't lower my speed on my GPS. Right, so... And it just saved in case we... I don't know. My goal is not necessarily, hey, figure out how to splice something together, so... it's like it's either going to make it or it's not. But I mean, if I do something stupid, I suppose it's always good to know. I think I've got to slow down, sadly. Yeah, this is tight. I'd rather not have slowed down that much, but I forgot when you're hitting the brake, the cruise goes off. I'm like, why is it not hitting the gas again? And then I obviously lost a little bit more momentum, but okay, well, 39, we're still at 15, like it hasn't lowered us beyond 15th gear. So, I think it did okay. I mean, we're speeding up now again. I'm not worried about this turn, we're only going 45. Of course, now he's upshifting, thinking he's all that. There we go, now we're back down. Like, yeah, that just seemed a bit premature. Now, I can't say I like this one at all. Right, well, that worked okay. But yeah, we've gone another 3 miles, so... Yeah, what you might start to see, I was gonna say this right at the beginning, but there may be more talking. I may have been quiet, and then suddenly I start, you know, because it'll have been days or weeks or something since I was in here, and I'm ready to chatter. So it's the same thing, like I haven't played. I've been doing some golf and whatever, catching up on my career. I'll be doing some more of that this afternoon. So we'll have to see how everything pans out there, but I'm trying to remember, because it's showing 2039. See, what I don't remember is what my initial arrival was, because that's where I was going to kind of keep seeing, because obviously now when I'm going 32, like that's where it will have more difficulty maintaining time. again, we're speeding up again, 35. So I do like that it can start to go quicker up the hill, and the horsepower's got to be more of that than anything else. I mean, the gearing is one thing, but yeah, I think it's going to drop down here again. Yep, there we go. See, that's the thing. At least this transmission is smart enough, or whatever the automation in the sim. It didn't go just down one gear. It went from 16 to 14. So it's like it knows, like, hey, I'm slowing down. I really need a good amount of torque here. Alright, well, we got down to 27, 28, so that's not nothing. And again, I just don't remember what these hills were like for me on the other one. Oh, that's right, oh no, it wasn't this. I wanted to... I forget how I could... Maybe I can't zoom in, because I thought I did something on the GPS that allowed me to zoom out. Now I don't remember. Tried F5 and F3. Ooh, we're down to 20 here. Now some of it is because they're also hitting kind of hot and heavy. I'm never getting up to 55 again, so let's be clear with that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Things are not changing, but that's alright. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I can see where the ferry is going, because on these, we already tried on the special transport. We can't use it. Alright, well, we did not go back down to 21, so we're 27 and we're accelerating. And again, we're only in 13th gear, so one would think we could go down to like 5th and really have some pulling power if we needed it, but now it seems to be pitching up again, so we'll see. Yep, drop back down. It had gone to 15, but now it dropped back down to 13. So it just doesn't wait a huge amount of time, which is really good. Wickersham. Yeah, see, so like, for example, like I'm not discovering that. So there are things, but like right after pump station 6, once we get that far, there were like 3 or 4 additional items or additional locations that we would unlock. And so I think it's Coldwater is probably like the middle ground. So I think that's the middle point at like 250, 260 miles. Alright, again, we are speeding up. So that is a good thing, I would think. But yeah, I think that was the big hill from the push thing. And now if I remember, we don't get any more push trucks anyway between here and pump station 6. Like, that was the last one, because I tried that, couldn't make it work. And then there were other places I'm like, ooh, it would have been nice to have them, but they weren't available. Right, so now we are fully up to speed. You know, and I don't know that I've seen it switch up to the 18th gear, because I just don't think it needs to at this point. We're not going fast enough. I think that would be if we were going 70 or 80 and we were still trying to pull along. Because yeah, at this point I think we're going downhill. You can see the engine brake kind of struggling a little bit. But it's keeping us at 58. Next turn I might have to slow down. because that one is pretty sharp. Because yeah, it doesn't give you any, it just shows you the arrow, but it doesn't really give you any speed that you should be doing. So it's hard to tell. Whoa, how am I going 60? Alright, well in that case, I guess I'll just go. I'm going 60 and not having a problem, because yeah, now I'm potentially gonna have a problem. Alright. So yeah, I'm not sure, because I know we went like 140, so that would mean, because I think we started at 503, so that would get us down to near 360, so it's like 100 miles from now. But again, we were stuck before that, like the really big part. I moved from 45 miles to go to 29. So that was really like in the next 50 miles, which again, hopefully I have time. And we were hitting it before that, so hopefully I'll have time to get there. Because, like I said, I think I had an hour, and I'm like, yeah, if I can go, 60 minutes or whatever, hopefully get another 60 miles, but alright, it doesn't look like super sharp here yet. And again, the engine brake is keeping us at 58, so it's not anything crazy. Alright, I'm just gonna cut so I can keep the momentum going. Because I knew there was an uphill coming, and it's like, yeah, if I can avoid having to slow way down and then start up again, that would be excellent. Again, I think we have 65 hours, so I don't know that I'm going to drive in the dark. That's because that's potentially the other problem, is like if there's a rest area here, you would think you could stop and that it wouldn't be too crazy to get going again. One would hope. But yeah, still trying to figure out, well, I don't know, there's probably not a whole lot of point in this series of giving you any information about other Sims or whatever, because A, the likelihood that anyone's gonna, if I pull this video off and put it together, like I said, it's gonna be like a 12-hour video. People will jump all over, and so the likelihood of hitting a particular spot is pointless, so yeah, we won't talk about any of that, I guess. It is interesting, though, that we have not hit the gravel yet, because I swear I was on the gravel for 30 or 40 miles before I really started getting to the trouble. Because yes, at this point, in theory, we've gone 43 miles. But I'm gonna try to... I need to keep track of time, because I can't be late to where we're headed, so yeah, I should have, if I press it, I have another hour, but I might not make it. We'll see. Because obviously, again, if we start slowing down to 32, some of them looking at is like, oh, well, it's 4:59 right now. In an hour, I'll be right around 400, but I'm sure we're going to have plenty of slowdowns along the way where we can't climb that fast. But yes, at this point I do think it kind of goes along for 15-20 miles, if I remember, pretty uneventfully. I think we're gonna start seeing a mountain on the left side, and maybe that's up there on the horizon, where I was like, oh, when we get there we're gonna climb, but we really weren't. We just were skirting next to it. Yeah, but the engine brake is doing a good job here, because it's really not letting me get beyond 58. Which is probably a good thing from the safety standpoint. See, and to me it looked like we pitched up, but we didn't slow down at all. So it's deceiving. You know, because I would think at minimum it would let us slow down to 55 before it could re-engage again. There we go. Now we are sloughing off some speed. So there we go. Now it's starting. Just saw the saving up in the upper left again. Yeah, but the cool thing is here, yes, we're keeping up with our load, you know, and even though we have the load, like, we're able to maintain 55 in a very high gear as well. So yeah, the biggest issue is if somehow I can't safely go as fast on the gravel, but I should be okay, I would think. But with a wide load, heavy load, I don't know how difficult it is. But yeah, what I was saying, because driving in the dark might be a challenge, but then again, you know, any time of year, it's still, I don't know how much daylight really happens up here, even in the dead of summer, which in theory is when we're doing this. So I don't know that it's really 12 hours. I mean, that's the other thing I guess I need to keep in mind, because I'm like, ooh, there's some long shadows. It must be getting later in the day. The time, obviously, in-game is progressing the same way, where a minute is a minute, and, you know, it's one-to-one type of thing. Now, I do know I dropped from 2039 to 2037 at this point. Alright, so we moved over enough for him. So, you know, we gained 2 minutes on my finish time. I saw the save again. I thought it only saved like every 5 minutes. I can't imagine it's been 5 more minutes since I saw the save appear last time. Uh-oh. Gotta get across the bridge and then get out of his way. Oof. That was a bit exciting. Okay, yeah, so this would be an okay place to stop. Because that's the thing, I think what would happen is it's like, oh, it's getting dark, and then I would sleep, and then it's like, alright, well, we have 4 hours left, and it's all going to be in the dark anyway. I don't want to sleep twice, because, although, again, I guess we have, you know, 65 hours till we have to deliver, but still. Yeah, I'm trying to see. It does, well, it could be the hill. I'm like, we're slowing down, but yeah, we suddenly got a bunch of oncoming traffic. We haven't had any for 15 minutes or something. My computer is sounding like it's straining more than it ever has. It's crazy. Like, all it's doing is rendering pine trees. But, and probably the same ones over and over. Alright, well, we're down to 30, 29, 28, alright. I'm like, yeah, make a choice here because we're getting into danger territory. Because, yeah, I think we start getting less than 20. I think there's a very thin line then of making it and not making it. But, alright, in 11th we seem to have stabilized here at 24. And I think we're getting near the top. So, again, depending on if I'm able to continue and all that, like, it may be enough of a break that I'll forget, but right now I'm trying to put that mental stake in my head of, alright, 24 was our low point. Actually, we got to 21 at one point, so I do remember that a little bit earlier in this sitting. But this is exactly, because, yeah, now we're up to 2038. We'll be at 2039 again, I'm sure, in no time. And once again, I have no foolish belief that where I did get stuck last time, that I'm somehow just going to blow through there at 40 miles an hour. I think it's still barely going to make it, but as long as it's moving, like, that's a good result. So yeah, obviously with the sweeping switchbacks, you know, that's to lower the grade, and so I'm sure we're climbing all the way around. Oh, that's right, here's where the line goes across. But again, there were no push trucks, so it's just, it is kind of odd how that all pans out. But yeah, then we never see it come back. Yeah, we've suddenly gotten all kinds of traffic. I don't understand. Because obviously if we were going at speed, we'd come up on it a lot quicker too, so oh boy. I mean, it doesn't appear to be slowing me down to run off the edge there. I think it's just, whoops, I didn't mean to hit my wipers. It's upshifting. Yeah, I just hit it with my knuckles as I was moving my hands. So yeah, I think the speculation I had the first time through here is this that push truck that was like 10 miles ago? And it's finally, like, it covers both of these challenging sections. And it may. I don't know. Alright, well, we're back up to 50. Now we're all the way up to 55, but yeah, I'm sure we now have some downhill. I think there's another town or whatever delivery point that we passed before pump station 6. So I don't think we've gotten there yet. Well, let's see. Again, it's challenging to say I want to slow down, but I think I have to. Oh boy. This is what I would prefer not to do. Alright, so we made that one. Got the cruise back on. So yeah, I'm not sure that we've hit that hill yet. It may come after this because it was pretty pronounced. It was like there wasn't anything. It was just seemed kind of flat for a long, long time. And then suddenly it rose out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh, it must be another climbing section, and then we didn't for a bit. And I don't remember if that was before the gravel or not either. Doesn't really matter. Like, we'll obviously see in a moment. Or, well, it won't be a moment. We know how this series is going. But again, we're going to try to cut this, because yes, it appears sharp, but it's just a quick curve, and if no one's coming, we can simplify it a little bit. But we're still not down to 450 to go, so just to give you a little bit of an idea, we are at 2038 though. It has not gone back to 2039, so there's, yeah, a road that goes off, and this might be, yeah, it's something station. It might be pump station 7, because we were going to pump station 6 before, so. And I'm sure these signs say something, but it's just hard to read them as we go by. But yes, it is pump station 7. I was very focused on the sign, and therefore I drifted completely over on the roadway, but... Alright. And when we're climbing, I'm less worried about flying off the curve. Because, yeah, I don't think it officially drops to 50, although I don't think I set my speed down when it did. I just left it at 55. I don't think it drops until we hit the gravel. Right, now we're at 449, so we went quickly, but I'm sure it probably changed to 450 a few seconds after I looked away, and now we've just gone another mile. But we dropped back to 2037 as our arrival time. Yeah, because that's the thing. If I, like, 2037 is, what, 8:37, so in theory, like, it will have just been dark. And then if I slept, it'd be 4 a.m., it would still be dark, you know, 3, 4 a.m., so I think we just drive. Unless it, you know, starts getting dark at 4 p.m., but if it does, it still won't be light. I mean, the only thing I could potentially try to do is sleep twice, but that's marginally helpful too, because you basically are sleeping 20 hours, so all you're doing is moving yourself back 4 hours. So unless I'm kind of 4 hours from delivery, it almost seems pointless. But in theory, that's a long way away till we have to worry about it. I was thinking I saw a bird, but I think it's a speck of something on my monitor. Just the way it came out of the trees, and as we're turning, it looked like it was kind of... I'm like, no, I think it's this thing I can't, like a stain I can't get rid of. And it's a tiny, tiny little dot, but it does create confusion like that, where the dot's out in the distance in theory, and I'm like, is that a bird? I don't remember. I think I talked about it. I don't remember if I added the early autumn mod in to this or not, because like some of those trees look yellow, but it could just be because only some of the trees are in sunlight at this point. Alright, well, we're not slowing down yet. 447. Because I know where it was. It's like we're gonna hit a sign somewhere that tells us Yukon is like 65 or something. I don't remember. And I think right after that is where it started to get hairy. So until we get to that point, Although, you know what? I think that was already when I was moving the truck. When I was teleporting it, so that may be inaccurate. The reason we may have seen the sign is I ended up teleporting near it. So no, yeah, now that I think on it, maybe that's not right. But yeah, I've kind of been wanting to at least do this. I want to get to the point where I know if this is a viable route or not, like if I'm going to be able to do it. Because if I can't, I'll have to abandon the route, and then I'm going to have to just figure out what I want to do. Because clearly, again, 49,000 pounds with a 600 horsepower truck then is not doable. Like, the thing I wasn't paying attention to the first time. Okay, now this is difficult because I can't really go too far over because I've got a guardrail. Alright, well, I guess it worked. It gave me the brake. I don't know. But because in the first one, I struggle to say first episode because, again, this implies that there's going to be a series and tons of episodes. But, it's the first video, how about that, that I did here on Dalton. I didn't really look at what I was getting because it never occurred to me that a quick job would not be sized in a way that would work with the map. But when you think on it, I'm pretty sure the logic of what tractor it puts with what load has literally nothing to do with the terrain of the map, because I'm pretty sure it probably doesn't know the terrain of the map. Like, that would be a lot. So it ends up kind of being on the driver to look at loads and say, yeah, I'm not going to be able to make that with this equipment, so I'll leave that for somebody else. Alright, but we're down to 40. We did drop to 2036 here. We'll see if we stay there or if it's going to 2037. So we must have just ticked over. This is interesting because in theory the speed limit is 55. I really shouldn't be gaining time. But I am, yeah, because now we're back to 2036. I almost forgot to move over for him. Yeah, it dropped back to 2036, so that's good. Alright, 444 miles to go. So, we're slowly ticking things away. So, obviously, again, we had discovered this. Alright, the Arctic Circle Trading Post, that's right. And yeah, there were no loads from here at all. I did check, and there was nothing I could take from here, so this was like probably things I could deliver to here, but nothing I could take from here. And I'm thinking there's probably some like that on this route where, yeah, they're never going to ship anything out. All they really have are trucks showing up, delivering things. I was like, are we changing? Oh no, that's just a side road. I'm like, are we changing here? But, because I thought, I'm like, oh, we got to the gravel, but we did not. And you can see, like, what would they ship out of here? It's just, they're just selling stuff to people. Nobody's selling stuff back to them. Alright, so guardrail time, and clearly hill time. So yeah, I don't think I need to worry about slowing down, even though it's a tighter turn. Alright, 44. We're going to start speeding up because it looks like it's leveling out again. Still 20, 36. Yep, we're back to 45. So we're slowly accelerating. I don't know. I would tell it don't shift gears because I think we're going to keep climbing for a bit here. Yeah, at this point, I'm sure it's got plenty of load on it, and it's like, nope. So yeah, we're back down. Now we're down to 42. But that's the thing. I mean, if we're chewing up road at 40, that's very different than chewing up road at 2. Like I was doing, or between 0 and 1, like I was doing on the one segment for a while. So I think we turn and go kind of, we'll leave that one that's in front of us on the left of us, and we kind of go in between a couple mountains. Maybe not, or maybe we do and kind of get to the other side of it and then go. This doesn't seem like a very long thing, or maybe it'll just stay on the right of us. Yeah, maybe it just stays on the right of us, because we're clearly not heading through the pass over there. Right, and now we're going to go downhill. We'll see if it holds us, or again, if we start accelerating like crazy. It's slow enough through the turn right now. Of course there's a truck coming, because why wouldn't there be, right? I'm like, alright, well, it wasn't bad enough that we lost time. I'm not as worried about cash if I'm hitting people. Because, yes, momentum is going to be a problem. Yeah, if there wasn't the guardrail, I think I would have been okay, but it's really hard when you're making a turn in that direction. Because you're already basically going to be trailing over to the side. Let's see. Is it... Not sure. It's like by the time I am sure, it's going to be too late, I think. Yeah, kind of was, but luckily nothing was coming. Alright, well, I definitely need to slow down. Because it's downhill, so it's not like I'm going to need traction. And we're going to have some stuff coming up here. So, maybe once we get through this, no more switchbacks. And again, you know, it's for climbing, I'm sure on the other side. I mean, it keeps the grade small on this side, too, but... yeah, I would assume we're not going to have a dashed line for passing if... So yeah, this might be the little mountain on the left. Kind of the 2 nodules that came out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh, when we get up there, it's going to be crazy. And then it really wasn't, so... And part of it was, I think... I assumed we were seeing it much earlier than we were, and we were suddenly on top of it right away, like we are now, and because there it goes, but... Alright, but I think we're still going downhill a bit. Not much to say at this point, just trying to... kind of, again, in my head, like, are we going to get where I need to in this session, or am I still not going to have enough time? Starting to get a little concerned, because we've gone, you know, we're getting another 30-40 miles from when I started here already, so we've covered a good distance, but we're still on blacktop. Alright, so we meandered through those couple mountains. I don't know, it feels like it's about when it transitioned, but it's probably going to be 30 miles from now and we still won't have. I don't know. Alright, so there's a roadway out to the left. So this might be the one that I was thinking was like Steamboat Springs or whatever, but don't know what it is. Don't care. It's not my concern right now. So the one thing, I did watch some documentaries and things. I'm going to try, I haven't turned on my tracking. Alright, yes, just in case I need it, just making sure that it's picking it up, because I, again, have my background that sometimes gives me trouble. But yeah, I watched a documentary on Alaska, and what I didn't realize is there are very few roadways. There's only, I think they said there's only like 7 highways through the whole state, and that's it. And then, you know, it's mainly wilderness. So it's kind of crazy. But, you know, it explains why something like the Dalton Highway is a well-known outside of Alaska, because it's like, yeah, if I told you about the main roads around my town here, you'd be like, alright, I never heard of them. But I think most people have heard of the Dalton Highway, and it's not just from, you know, ice road truckers fame and stuff like that. And I don't even know that they use portions of that. Okay, well, somehow I don't remember this boulder field over here, but just trying, I don't remember, because I think it was dark last time we were driving, so I think all we were seeing was roadway and trees, so. Because yeah, there's nothing, I think, that tells me. I'm looking at, quickly scanning my little bottom part, like what the game time is, so I can't tell. Is it like, you know, to me it feels like late afternoon, but it could be early morning. And we might have, you know, 10 hours of daylight at least ahead of us. Because, I mean, if we think about it, well, I think, if I remember the map, I'm going northwest, so basically the sun would be behind me, but I'm kind of trying to look at the shadows. Because yeah, they're kind of going out to the side and back toward me, which again makes me think the sun's in front of us a bit. It's a little harder to drive this way, but I'm wondering, let me see if I can. Alright, it looks like, yeah, it is in front of us, but it's still a good ways up. Alright, let's get back in the truck, because so yeah, now I can see it. So yeah, it probably is late afternoon. We probably only have 2 or 3 hours. So I may have a decision to make depending on what's going on, because obviously it's more interesting to drive in the daylight, but right, 44. Yeah, it's not this mountain, because I was going to say, oh, maybe it's this mountain, but we're not. I know it was on the left side, and we're clearly going to pass this on the right side, so. Because I'm like, oh, we just went through that flat space. And obviously it had to have been, like, daylight enough. So, anyway. Doesn't matter. We are where we are. Alright, well, we've dropped to 2034. Now it says 11 hours. So, in theory, we're an hour, almost an hour and a half of when we want to rest, or when we're required to rest. But that's a long way away. That's probably realistically like 12 recording sessions away, because I'm not sure that I'm going to do more than an hour, hour and a half each sitting anyway. Because I just do start getting antsy at like certain points, because it's just like, alright, there's a lot. I've been sitting a lot. There's a lot, you know. It's been a long time, stuff like that. Right. Like, somehow it feels like I've slowed down, but I'm clearly going 55, so the whole thing is an intriguing illusion to some degree. But yeah, because it's like we're basically headed northwest. Because for a time, like when we came out of Fairbanks, we were heading northeast. Then we kind of go straight north for a long time, and then start heading northwest. And then I think eventually, again, we kind of go back northeast-ish toward Dead Horse for the majority of it. But I think that's after Pump Station 6. We end up hitting a roadway there and changing our direction pretty substantially. And I don't know that we hit a roadway, I think our road just changes. We're slowed down a bit, so, and we've gone from 53 to 52, 51, so yes, this has got enough of an incline. So again, when is it going to be like, alright, I'm going to go to 15th gear? There it is, right there. So I'm like, at some point, it's got to realize it's just going to keep losing power, you know, losing speed. And that certainly causes part of the challenge, because it's like if you can't maintain speed, because again, now we're down to 42, 40, like, yes, and it looks like we're pitching up, so I would think 13th gear, 11th gear will be coming soon. Yeah, we're still losing speed. Alright, well, it looks like we've... Oh, no, we went from 29 to 28. I'm like, it looks like maybe we've caught up, but now we've gone back up to 29. You know, and this is what I want to see. Like, I expect challenging climbs. I think that's just the nature of the terrain. But I can't deliver if I can't move. So... because, yeah, my issue is, I would say where the sun is at, kind of starting to come in the window, if I think about what that is, in 2 or 3 hours at best, it'll have set. And the issue is here with the terrain, like it's going to start to get dark on the surface here, depending on, you know, what's on the side of the sun. Because, yeah, it doesn't have to get too far down before it's behind the mountains. And so, yes, like the general aura of the sky will have light, but down here on the roadway we might be pretty much in darkness. Alright, well now I'm down to like 20 minutes, and we still haven't hit the gravel. Oh, no. I'm like, is it here? It looked like it was changing texture, but nope. And I don't remember if it was like in a valley. Like, I don't remember what really the change was. I mean, I was surprised by it, frankly. Like, I'm like, oh, I would have thought this was paved, but... Alright, well, clearly we're going downhill because now we're up to 57. And around 58, at some point I would assume the engine brake's gonna start kicking in, but maybe it's like, well, I don't have enough. We'll just let it coast, but I don't have enough, because there is like a, I think I have a tolerance of 3 or maybe even 5 miles per hour, where basically it can get to, I think it's 3, so I think when it's in danger of going to 59, that's when it starts to be like, alright, we're gonna help you out here. But double lines again, which probably means curves ahead. Obviously we see one coming up, but we're climbing again. So I'm beginning to have less and less faith that we're going to get to the point I need before I'm done with this session. Which is unfortunate, because that means I need another session. You know, because what I was hoping to do was get there and know, and then again I might step away for 2 or 3 weeks before I touch it again. But it's like if I need to just give up on it, I'd like to know that I can't make it, and I need to just give up on it, and then I need to plan to start over again with something else and figure out how we might get there. And that might be where I do some things offline and just run some things, maybe sleep to get different jobs to appear. I don't know. So that's the thing that's been confused, you know, kind of in my head, because obviously we had just 2 loads that would go to Dead Horse. And the other one was 77,000 pounds, which is right on the border of going to a heavy haul. Because again, as long as it's 80,000 or below, you're technically within normal ranges. You know, on normal roads, obviously. But here in crazy land in Alaska, I think something turns into a heavy haul pretty quickly. I don't know, at this point I'd almost settle for getting to the gravel before I'm done with this session, because then at least I know, okay, it's coming up. I mean, it's almost a stupid statement, like, oh, it's coming up sooner rather than later. Well, obviously every second I go forward, it's gonna be soon, I'm closer to it coming up, but you understand the gist of my logic. Alright, 2033. Well, you know, in theory, I should be able to work backwards. Because if it's almost 11 hours to 2033, so this doesn't make any sense to me. Because in theory, like again, 2033 is 8:33. 11 hours, like this would be like 9 a.m. But I'm not heading east. With the way the sun is, it seems like I'm heading east, you know. If it was that time, I don't know. It is what it is. I mean, the one thing, I guess, is, yes, the sun, like, I'm not getting the rays down below. Maybe the sun is still rising. Like, they're coming up, but, like, before, at this angle, we had the sun very clearly in the windscreen, and now it's not. And yes, it's only been another 10 or 15 minutes, but, you know, the sun does move more than we think. I'm getting more and more of that. We've got a room we love to be in the home here that we're at. It's got a lovely view of the mountains about 10 miles away, and you know, we can see them very nicely. But the way the sun comes up, it's in kind of toward a corner of the room that I'm facing in a recliner that I have that I sit in normally. And this last week, the sun will cross through the window and basically blind me as it does that. So I have to like lean to the left first when it's starting to come in from the left side, so that I kind of keep me in the window, or the wall, I guess, really, in between me and the sun for longer. And then once I can't do it anymore, I then shift to the other side to, again, create as much of a barrier with the wall leaning to the right that I can, and then, you know, minimize when I see it in the window. But that time might only take half an hour to traverse through the window. It might not even be that long. Oh goodness, we're going 86. That'll help. Chew up some miles. I mean, it won't chew up a lot, but it'll chew up a mile or two faster. But yeah, we're slowing down now. Oh boy. Really? You gonna do this to me? Ooh. I really knocked him out. Are you serious? Do I have 100% damage on my load? So is that... I think that's what just happened. Oh boy. Well, that was kind of dumb of me, but I just was worried about the hill. Well, and again, it's less about the money at the end than it is about the experience, so we'll learn our lesson a little bit and keep going. But yeah, it was like 4 or 5%, and now it says 100%. But yeah, I think I smacked him pretty hard. We're down to 2032 with that, because yeah, we went from like 70 to 30 miles an hour. Like, yeah, that took all our momentum away, so the whole point of what I was trying to do didn't work. I was like half tempted to restart, but no, I'm not gonna tempt fate. I was like, I can go back to an autosave before I did that, but in theory I'm going downhill, so it would be okay, and also they wouldn't spawn there because I'd have just loaded in. But I'm going to be starting from not moving again is the problem. And that will be bad. Because, yeah, the thing that I'm not sure is, like, obviously if the truck was damaged 100%, we wouldn't be able to drive, so... But there's 3 pieces, like 3 trailer pieces, and I think, again, the middle one has a load, and there's like a dolly, you know, an articulated thing, the center part that carries it, and then a back thing that I think helps, you know, provide some stability or something. I honestly don't know why that trailing piece is there, but on special transports you'll see that. Alright, so we have a roadway here. Alright. Just trying to read.
Go straight on.
Alright. Dalton Highway, yeah, we know that. Alright. Alright, heavy, there we go. Alright, so we have made it to the gravel. So now we shall see. But there was a big kink to the left, is where I got stuck. So we'll see if we get there. I have 10 or 15 minutes. Oh, well, this might be it, because I think we see a gap in the roadway there. So this might actually be it. So let's see. We're down to 25. We're down to 23. We start getting below 20, we're in trouble. But yes, it was right around this turn here. But yes. Oh, come on. Yeah, good idea. Oh boy. We're down to 10. It's down to 3rd gear. I'm not liking this. See, because it's the gear shifts that are killing us. Come on. Is it really going to get stuck in the same place? It may. You're kidding me. Well, both wheels are turning. See, but there's that dolly. Man, this is very similar to what I had. The only difference is it is moving. Now again, do I dare shift the differential on? Oh, well, it sped me up to 2. Oh boy. It's gonna be interesting. Now we're up to 3. You know, because that's the thing. If this is what it'll be, it's what it'll be. But what I need to see is, can I get through this? Can I get enough speed to get up to the next part? I mean, yes, this is better than what I had before. I mean, heck, it actually just shifted up to the 2nd gear, which is a bit crazy, I think, but we do need some speed. But yeah, we just discovered the part that we couldn't do. This is nuts, but alright, well, but the good news is we still don't know for certain, because there's another part up there. And again, I think I put myself here and then sped up, so like whatever speed I was able to get with the other truck, I can't imagine I could have accelerated much faster than I am here. But then I got stuck again, so I should be able to at least get through that. And then if I'm up, because now at this point, like if I tried to start now, I think I'd be in trouble. So I do need to get myself somewhere that's a little flatter, and I'm hoping where we have a rest area up there, that'll be good. But again, now we're up to 20. Pretty soon it's going to tell me turn off the differential lock, but I think we're going to start slowing down before we're going to have to worry about that. Let's see, 22. Because I think as soon as we hit the hill, like we immediately started to lose traction. This is actually working way, way better at this point, so I'm excited about that. So we may be able to make this run. I think we've verified that. So let me get up here. Yep, this is the sign. So cold foot is what it is. Alright, so I am going to stop here. And hopefully we're level enough. I think we are. Resuming my segment here. Looking at my info from Truckee, we have got whatchamacallit, I've got 419 miles to go. Tight and dangerous. Oh yes, I remember the TAPS area. So it's been 3 weeks since I drove this profile last. I am trying to get there, so we'll see what we can do, but I'm thinking it's going to be a challenge. Trailer damage? What? Great. No, I'm not that worried, I guess, about what I'm going to get. I'm thinking I was too tight on that curve. Alright, this is going to be a big test. So we're down to 40. It's still on 14th gear. Come on. Not slowing down as much. We're down to 10th gear, so maybe it'll pull it up. Alright. We did make it up. Now that's another big hill up there, I think. But yeah, I'm less, I guess, worried about the result I'm going to get as far as payday or whatever, and more worried about just, am I going to succeed in making it where I need to make it. So you can see again on the roadway, so that hill up there is another spot that I had failed. So we'll see how it goes. Again, we're only going 37. That is a big hill. So, but I'm not sure if this is the spot where I just gave up and went for a really long time, or is this just a really big hill? So let's see, we're down to 10. I think it should go down again. Because, yeah, we're not slowing down per se, but, well, now we are. We went to 17. Alright, now it's on 8. Oh boy. Because the problem is it gives some of these up. I'm losing speed is the issue. I mean, this is really up there. Alright, well, it's either gonna make it or it's not. But wow. Yeah, this... What I don't want to see is it go to 0. I mean, I can see I'm moving. Now let me see. Alright, I did put my differential on. Come on. So there's just a lot going on here. I mean, we're still moving. Come on. I'm gonna give it a shot. I mean, if I get stuck, yes, I'll move myself, but you can see at the rest area there, that's where I put myself back. I mean, there's a good section here still. So I'm not liking this. Oh boy. It's sounding pretty bad. Come on. Yeah, see, this feels like... I almost feel like I felt the truck raise more, like there's just a bit more grade here. It's like if we get to a certain point where it can, come on. Where it starts to tip over, so yeah, we're almost at another part of the road. Okay, yeah, it had a bit of a problem there, and then it kind of jumped. Oh, we're up to 2. So, yeah, there may be some awful spots, and the problem is we only went to whatever point we went to. Like, if the road gets crazier even further north, that I'm not going to know. Once again, I don't know how much continuing discussion we'll have. Now we're up to 3, now we're back down to 2. I mean, obviously, I was able to take off from the rest area, so if I get to that point on the map, like once again, I should be able to proceed. See, what I don't want now is this. I don't want a truck coming because I don't have a lot of room. And he's gonna sit there. And I'm worried I'm gonna hit like the edge. I mean, we're progressing decently here. But yeah, it's just, am I clear of him? I don't know. I cannot believe that dude's trying to pass when he can clearly see what's going on there. Alright, I'm gonna keep going a little bit. Because I gotta change the differential off too at some point. So, alright, a big pickup truck. Alright, we're up to 6 though. I mean, we've, I think, made it. Because it's certainly less here. Alright, I've turned off the differential. And now it's cycling up through the gears. We're up to 4th. 5th. So, it's going one at a time, though. And wow, it's saved twice up the hill already, so... But yeah, I think I started again with that load kind of at 100% damage, so I think I did have a spot where something happened, so I'm probably going to get a really big negative when I get to the other end. And once again, we talked about the potential of just it getting dark here and looking really crazy, but it's telling me 10 hours and 38 minutes right now to finish, so I've got a long way to go. Alright, and I don't know. Because there was a segment at one point where I just gave up and I went for probably miles and miles. So it obviously wasn't here yet, but there will be another point we'll hit where we're just going to have undiscovered roadway for some segment of time. Alright, we didn't slow down and now we're speeding up again. I do feel like I'm going to shake myself to death here. I mean, I have my cruise to 55. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. We'll find out. But like we said, the sun is kind of up in the air. Alright, so now we're 50. Because sometimes, yeah, you can shake yourself to damage. Now, I guess I should be prepared in case now as we go down, we may go faster and faster because there's a turn coming up. Again, I do not want to lose things. It did just save, so I could push it a little bit, but I don't know that I really want to do that. Alright. We need to slow down. Oh boy. Really? That's like the worst time to meet anybody. My goodness, that was awful. Didn't hit him though. I got off the road. I see more smoke up there. I don't know if that's someone in front of me that I'm catching, which is possible, because it is only 50. I'd be surprised though. I mean, there was a truck that had passed me, but I would have thought he'd be long gone. But no, I'm getting there. So I guess we'll see. Because again, we're going a little quicker, but I don't think there's enough of a downhill grade to go up, and then, like, at some point, now this shows a downhill grade, so maybe we will have a segment where it'll get a little crazy. A real tight part is coming now. I don't recall seeing that at all. Okay. Alright, well, I'm guessing that is going to slow me down. So again, right now I'm moving, but it looks like we're tipping up, and my guess is then yeah, we're losing some speed here. We're not losing a ton, but whoops, I'm gonna take myself down to 50. Now this is going to be awful. Now he's hauling away with something that's got to be heavier than me. And again, at this point, I think I was able to take this. I don't know that I want to try. Let's see. Going to try, and then we're going to move over because I'm going to assume he's not there. And now we're going down, but we're still going 16 right now. I think again this is kind of the top, and I made it in this part with the bigger trucks, so I would assume that this won't be a problem because I have discovered roadway here. But at least being past him is good. And yes, we're speeding up now, so we've crested. But yeah, I must have not been going that fast because I do not recall that other pop-up of, ooh, now you're in trouble type of thing. Let's see how far we have to move over. I'm kind of putting my hood ornament on the edge of the road. Seems to be working. Again, we're only going 36. It's not like we're going really fast. I've made it 5 miles since I've started, though. So, I mean, there is progress occurring. slow down and I'll cut the curve a bit to be able to do that. Alright, now we're 6 miles further down the road. It's 413 to go. But yeah, I'm trying to devote a little more time. You know, I could do potentially a 2-hour stretch here, which is not going to get me very far. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if we're being honest. But okay, so that's another truck. Obviously, the other truck that is behind us. There's just the one camera view that lets us see us going by. But yeah, now I'm sure. Well, he's struggling a bit too. Man, I really don't want to, like, suddenly have to slow down. Like, I can't. Like, if I do that, I know I'm dead. But I am gaining on this guy, which is insanity. Oh boy. Not a fan of this. Because if something comes oncoming, I've got nowhere. Like, then I'm almost guaranteed that I have to start somewhere again. Which is a bit crazy, but... Alright, well, we got past him. And again, he could have something pretty heavy in those doubles. Because at the end of the day, we're 21,000 pounds, so it's heavy-ish, but, well, I guess it's 48,000, I'm sorry, 21,000 US dollars. But, you know, it's just kind of the lightest load I could find. And the bigger thing is, like, we're still in road that we had discovered, so we haven't gotten to any break in the discovered roadway, so we're not at the point where I gave up. You know, I'm trying to remember, I don't know, I think it was less than 200 miles. I think it was between 100 and 200, and I think I started at 509. So I think we're coming up on 100. Oh, there we go. So this may be where I just called it, or it could be another short break. We'll see, but... I don't know that I would have called it on this, because this is not that steep of a hill. So, you know, even though I got stuck, I may have been like, alright, but maybe when I went forward and I saw what was there, but I mean, yeah, we're still at 24, coming up on, okay, now we're down to 20. Still, I'm in 10th gear. The road's topping up. I mean, again, obviously we made it where we didn't make it before, but yes, this is still uphill, but we're speeding up. I'm 23, I'm 24. Like, it's showing there's road going off, but I'm not even sure I'm seeing anything. So it's intriguing. Like, here, like when we come up to the next thing, there's supposedly a road out. Oh yeah, well, there is a road there. There for sure is, so. Alright. Okay, so this is just a segment. But you can see I just decided, alright, I'm not gonna drop down here and try. I'm just gonna get past it. Bigger hill. And again, I only got to 28. But will we discover all the rest? Yep. So I wasn't sure if it was a full segment or not. But now we're back up. It's getting cloudy. I don't really need rain. That would be awful. Rain, snow, whatever. Well, I don't have the winter part of the map, so this wouldn't be snow. There's a winter version of this where then you can put chains on and whatever. I'd have to be really crazy. Was talking, I've been doing a lot of golf, working on that, and you know, I've had a breakthrough in that where I'm doing much better. through help of others and so forth, just giving me advice and teaching me things. So, always a grateful thing. But I made a comment of like, you know, I'm not like someone who enjoys pain, like submitting myself to pain. And again, I forgot if that was like a sadist or masochist, or if they're both a version of that. I don't know. Once I finish this, assuming I do, because I've always offered, I mean, I am concerned because like the last segment, I right now have 3 different video segments saved so far. This will now be the 4th. The 3rd one was 12 gig. Like, I don't know that I have enough hard drive storage. I mean, I guess I do if I move some of these videos to a different drive and then just bring them over for editing. Alright. We've got to be careful again. Alright. Because, yeah, it's getting curvy, it's getting crazy. And it did just save, so that's a good sign, but... Alright, that was not fun. Alright, 410. Somewhere I think it went back to paved, but it might have been like after I already skipped the big groups, so that's the thing. Like I haven't gotten to the part that I failed yet, so... Alright, that's... Did not slow down. It's 61, 63. I don't like this. Couldn't see that at all. It was totally blind. That was unpleasant to the nth degree. Okay. 58. We are slowing down again. And again, I would think I could go 55. It's just when I'm starting to go 70 or whatever, like, that ain't happening. Down to 50. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the force feedback, but man, it's just rumbling in my wheel. It's like, that's one way to totally blow the force feedback motor in my wheel, I'll tell you that. Doing this for 12 hours. Hopefully that won't be what happens. But, yeah, because it's not doing anything like crazy hard or tough, but wow, I'm going 72. Oh boy. Now this will be bad. Like if I clip him, that'll be the end of all of us. Alright. Thank goodness. Like I'm going 80 miles an hour, and who knows how fast he was going. That would be a collision at over 100 miles an hour with 40,000 pounds on my end, let alone whatever his is. Okay. Again, having to slow down, that was a tight turn. There was no way I was going to try to take that at 70. Man, even with that big, quick run, I only did like 2 miles in that, going 70. That's crazy. So, alright, so there's a little segment there, so at some point I got stuck right at the top here. Had to move myself just a tiny bit. So I'm assuming we'll be fine. So yeah, by now I would have been just dragging, but yeah, now I see why I would have just done that. Been like, okay, I'm there. Alright, well, I discovered it. So, sun's kind of trying to get out of the sun, out of there again. So that's nice. Another big hill. Oh. I'd prefer not to have cars coming the other way, if I'm being totally honest. Not a fan. Wow, so it's showing up as discovered. I am surprised. That looks pretty substantial. Oh, but it's showing undiscovered around the turn. So this might be it. I vaguely remember something like this. So let's see. We only got to 43, and now we're slowing down. We certainly have a big segment. I really would love to be able to make it the whole way and just experience the drive. But we'll see. I mean, we did have a pretty bad hill. We never got all the way down to nothing. Again, we're still at 20. Because that was the thing. I think I looked at this and I was like, it's flattening out. Why can't I go? But I wasn't going. So yeah, I am speeding up. I went to 21. Now we're at 22, so this is good. But yeah, this may be the segment where then I just flew over a bunch. And I couldn't tell you how many miles, but it might have been like 20 or more miles. So we'll see. It's 4:06 now. I don't know that I'll remember to say, oh, it was this, that, or whatever. Came out of nowhere. Alright, we're back down to 19, but I think we're leveling out a bit. Yep, 22. Because there was definitely an up and down and up and down, but I had, at that point I had spent so much time, I'm like, I just want to get there and see what happens. But yeah, I'm guessing this is the stretch because I would have put myself back down somewhere here. So at this point, this is where I had given up. And then I'm trying to remember because it might have been 30 miles or another 50 miles on the other side. I don't know. Is the sun that low on the horizon already? That we're starting to see through just one area? That's a bit crazy. We're still at 4:06, by the way. So we haven't made a mile. Like I said, it may have felt like it was 20 miles, but because I know at one point at this segment, there's a sharp turn to the left, almost 90 degrees. Because again, when you're flying way over this, which is what you're doing to move the truck, I mean, you don't have to be, but I went way up in the air just so that I could see what was available. Apologize, got some gunk in my throat, so I know there was a little bit of it that I didn't mute out. There's no way I am editing this video. Like, it will be raw. I mean, the only thing I'll be doing is cutting pieces. But I am not going to watch 12 hours, you know, even a double speed video. Like, you'll get what you get. 31 miles an hour. We are at 4:05. We made a mile at least. Are we seriously catching someone? That is... come on. Someone's coming this way, yes, but I swear there was also someone going the other way. Oh, police person. Yes, I'm hauling. You know that's what we do on the Dalton Highway. Alright, I better not get too far to the middle, because I'm sure I slough off some speed doing the, you know, if I have to move over quickly. Alright, 34 as we start to climb. So it's down to 12th gear. down to 10th. When we start going below 10th, that's when we have a problem. If it can hang in 10th, like obviously we can still maintain about 20. Again, it seems to be cresting here. And of course, we've got traffic. So that's flight sim stuff. When you have some other plane or something coming in on your radar, that's what you hear. Alright, should be okay through this segment. I mean, I'm feeling comfortable. I'm hoping there aren't, like, crazier climbs somewhere. But, again, obviously the roadway does what it does. But at some point, like when they made the roadway, they have to realize, like, okay, the traffic on it can't use it at all because, you know, so I would think there would be some areas if we really had to climb that there'd be the switchbacks in the hill and all of that, which aren't going to be easy, but they should be manageable. Again, we're not at the point where we've turned left, so I know that's between here and where we went last time. But yes, once we drive this, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of draw to keep running routes on this. Because first off, I kind of already know that I need something really minimal. I mean, the only sad thing is, like, we will get an XP hit as well for the damage. Because, like, again, we went up six levels with one haul last time. I mean, it would be nice to get there, you know, get it to 20th or something, go up 14. But I don't know. Like, it may just literally take everything away from me and I'll have no reward at all. Man, it looks like we're just going up into the clouds. That is crazy. And yes, the turn was to the left. It was not to the right. So no, it's not, oh, was that the turn? It was not. We're maintaining it at 30. It's pretty good. I am happy with that. I was really thinking, oh boy, we're going to fall back down to 20 here, and it's a big hill, and we're going to take forever. But now it does look like the grade is increasing as we hit that turn. So I think we're going to slow down again, but it kind of looks like there's a crest. Oh, more really tight part of the route is coming, huh? Lovely. And yes, this is a tight turn, but I'm going 30, 35. I'm thinking I'll be fine without hitting the brakes. Definitely cresting, and now we're at 40. But I'm sure that's not the only turn they were talking about, so I have to be careful as we get up there. Right, 403. So we've made it 3 miles where we couldn't before. Again, I'm sure I could have done segments of this, but it would have just been constant resetting of the truck. Well, I'm going 50. I'm going my full amount. Now, that was a sharp left turn, but I think it went longer than that, but maybe not. Going 63 as long as we don't get a crazy, crazy turn. $65. How fast am I gonna let it go is the question. Okay, well, it's a 30-mile-an-hour turn, so I think we got our answer because we have nothing that tells us that. Oh, there we go. Nice. That'll help. That will help with traction for sure. So, maybe we've gotten past the worst of it. I'm sure there will be more worsts coming up, but between here now and where we delivered, that may be it. So, I just like the fact that I don't have all the rumbling with my force feedback. There's something to be said for my own sanity, too. Getting a little more sun. But it does seem a little low in the sky, so I'm a bit worried. I could tell I was going a bit fast, so there we go. Didn't quite get there, but I'm sure the grip on this roadway is a lot better than my other alternatives. Alright, well now we've hit 400 to go. Could this be the sharp left? Maybe. I just think I went straight for a good long ways after this, so let's see. We're up to 50, so I will let the turn just go, although we are transitioning to a down slope, so I'll have to be careful. Yeah, this is certainly a sharp 90, but again, I don't remember, like, okay, shortly after. I don't think it was shortly after. I think at best this was in the middle of all of this, so. So yeah, running out of babbling to do. Getting a little tired. I've done a couple other just general runs for my Extreme Edition. Oh, catching the guy. I mean, again, it doesn't... Uh-oh. Well, now we're back. Let's see. 67, 65. So the uphill is definitely coming to get me. Catching him, though. Yeah, it's bad enough overtaking these guys during the day. Driving at night, it's not a good thing. But I think I have 65 hours in theory to get there, is what I saw. I think it was 64. So I can sleep, I think. Just like I said, I'm just worried that there's like still like 15 hours of darkness or something, and that we only have like 8 or 9 hours of daylight, if even that. Yeah, now it's just more of a curiosity of when do I rejoin the discovered roadway. So when had I given up to go through things? It's always at an uphill, right? Can't be a flat that I come up and overtake. Can't see a thing. So I'm gonna assume at this point he's long backed off. Well done. Again, trucks were passing us, so it's not like it's a bad idea to pass. Alright, well now I'll have to be careful because we've got a downgrade showing up there on what we saw. Alright, again, we're going 70. Oh my goodness. Now we're going 80. This is crazy. There's a turn coming up, so I'm trying to slow down, but clearly I have a lot of weight behind me. Yep, as soon as I take my foot off, we're flying again. Alright, now we'll put cruise back on, because it looks like we're slowing down a bit. Big sweeping turn back from the big left-hander we had. Whoop. It's just hard to tell again. Are we then moving up sharply or not? So let's see, 74, we're not speeding up anymore, but we're not really slowing down either. I just need to be careful, and that's what I'm worried about too, is I get oncoming traffic around that kind of a turn. That's when I'll just have a really unfavorable outcome. Alright, we got a bridge, so definitely gonna wanna, looks like Hess Creek, I think. We're still at 55, now we're slowing down. So soon the engine will engage. There we go. I see dust, but it looks like maybe our dust ahead of us. Now it looks like a big hill there too, so, but he may slow down as well. So at this point we are 11 miles since we got on the undiscovered road. So I passed up now 12 miles. So I passed up 12 miles of road by just moving and then teleporting the truck to finish the run. To 30, so doesn't seem to be a climb, but there clearly is a climb. Yeah, we're just getting more and more shadow and less of these sunlight splotches across the road. So the sun must be down pretty low. This is a big left-hand turn. A little steeper. Interesting that we have a guardrail on the inside, but not the outside. Oh boy, really? Around a left-hand curve is the worst time to try to pass. I don't even remember where we had been going before. So we'll see what this sign says. So Yukon River. Alright, well, so yeah, I don't know if Yukon River was... If it is, man, I still got 50 miles. That's crazy. But I don't think I had gone that far. Because again, we went to like a pumping station, so I don't think it would be on a mile marker type thing like that. Alright, so I think I've been going about 40-45 minutes, and we've made 30 miles, so it's probably about right. Wow, down to 11, but I think we're getting a good grip on things here. Don't know that I really see the crest, but the most important thing is we are accelerating. So in 8th gear, we have enough pulling power to do what we need here. Couple tall pine trees, but we're definitely climbing. So maybe where we've discovered to, maybe that's the crest. Oh, now we've got cars with headlights, so it's definitely getting darker. No, it gets sharper up there, so I don't like that. Although, well, we're accelerating a bit, so I suppose there's good that way, because, yeah, maybe we'll... No, we're not going to get to 30. Like, we'll get ourselves back up to 30, then we'll get to go to 10th gear, crest the hill. If it flattens out somewhere, I might look. I'm just trying to figure out how I figure out what time it is. It's 4:25 p.m. So if I sleep, it'd be 2 a.m. Like, yeah, it's way too early. Alright. And yeah, you can't see here, but I think, again, we had 64 hours. So I think once it gets, like, really dark, just my concern is, even if I wait till, like, 9 p.m. or something, that's gonna only get me to... I guess it would get me to 7. So I think I need to push it at least that far. It's going to be 5.5 hours, which is going to be a good way there. But we also saw on the map, pumping station 6. That's where we had gone to. Alright, so this is then where we joined up. And again, did we drive the rest? I don't know, but this was where I had put my truck down shortly and given it a go from. I don't remember if there were any other parts I couldn't do, but there was quite a bit of meandering here, as you saw, that we had to do, so. But that was 392, so it was 406 to 392, so that was 14 miles that I had skipped before. But we have now done it and experienced it. oncoming traffic. I guess I should check too. See, I can't see if my lights are on. I've cycled through it like twice with the 3 presses, so I should be where I was before. And now we're already down to 390, so moving along nicely. Under 10 hours in theory to be done. Alright, slowing down as we climb. But yeah, we don't have any kind of a scale on the map, so it's hard to tell, like, how really far is it? Is it just 5 miles that I'm seeing, or is it more than that? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's no scale, but we'll see. That's right, so now we've got the pipeline alongside us, which obviously is what we talked about with the pumping station, I think. But we've got a long straightaway here. Ah, great. Alright, well, I hit it twice, so that should now be fully on. That's what I was worried. I'm like, it's getting dark enough. It's gonna tell me something. Alright. Yeah, it's not many miles, so I think we're gonna be at pumping station, whatever, before we know it. So we're definitely going to gain some speed going downhill here. But it's a pretty sharp incline, but I don't know. I'm only going 58. I'm really not super tempted to slow down, which I did not. So I gave it a go, and yeah, we're down to 45, but at least it got me around. So again, like, I could pull off and rest here, but just don't think it would help. Well, I know it wouldn't. It would be the middle of the night. So there's kind of like a square that'll go up to, it will go up to the right. This might be it, and that's like the biggest thing before we get to the pump station, so we'll see. But I don't know that this is it yet. So yeah, in theory, because again, Truckee gives you kind of the real time where you'd be arriving. Like if I drove nonstop, 2 a.m. right now, right around that time, 1:49. But I don't know that, I don't think it would stay anywhere near that. We're gonna go slower, we're gonna lose time, because again, speed limit's 50. That time left is being calculated on that, and obviously I'm not going anywhere near that. But we have seen where we do make up time later, so. But yeah, this is not that sharp, so we are not at the point. And this is just 50, so we're good here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made it to the pumping station from this, like, you know, from when we landed back on there, so I'm not expecting any more breaks. But obviously once we get past the pumping station, it's all new stuff. Well, we're maintaining the speed pretty well. But yeah, there's a bunch of locations pretty close together here. And then I think we get pretty far away. Because yeah, I think it was Coldfoot that's kind of in between, and I think we still had like 168 miles to that at the last sign, so... So again, a turn to the right, where again I'm looking for a segment that goes to the right, then to the left, straight across, then back to the left, but... It's a really big sweeping turn, so this isn't helping any. I don't think this is it yet. Alright, I'm slowing down. Or at least having to downshift. Gain a little speed, then go up. I mean, I'm catching them, but I'm not catching them, and that's fine. I don't need to catch them. I'm happy not catching them. Not... Oh god, we're not anywhere near that. Holy moly, alright. So, this is gonna take longer than I thought to get to the pumping station, so... We did not move very far at all. But it still may be showing 10 or 20 miles of roadway there. I don't see anything. I see some cars behind me. And again, I'm sure we'll lose a good amount of speed here. Looks like a meandering bit of roadway. It's always interesting on something like this, but whatever. We go where the pavement goes, or the gravel, in this case. Wow, down to 23. Was not expecting that. But yeah, we're gonna have to drive some into the dark. I don't think I can stop before 9 and have any hope of daylight. The scary thing is it looks like we have maybe an hour, hour and a half before we're kind of pitch black. I mean, the sun's already well below the trees. just don't think we're going to have enough. Because the problem is you can't be like, oh, I want to wake up at this time. Like, it's just 10 hours. So if I slept twice, I'd chew up 20 hours. Like, so that's not going to help. And then also, I think after you sleep twice, it's like you're not tired and won't let you sleep again. Not that, again, that would be helpful in any way. Alright, so we got a couple turns, and then we're at that point, so. But like a couple right-handed corners. So this is the first one. Again, pretty substantial climb. Oncoming truck. I don't know why that tree looked like something on my window, but it did. So it was a bit odd. Suddenly it's busy. I do not think this is the second turn already. It could be, but then suddenly they'd be way closer together than they should be. I think this is just all part of the first one. Getting back up to speed. 50 is coming right up. Again, I don't know exactly what that sign means. Looked like it had the number 11 on it. Alright, so and then we'll go to the left, and then we'll be heading for a little bit until we get to the next turn to the right. Alright. Now again, are we paved the whole way? I do not recall. Oh, I see another truck. Okay. This should all help again. .380 miles, so Obviously another 20 from when we were at 400. Still saying 149. So in theory, we're kind of keeping up with the expected pace. But yeah, it's like barely past 4 p.m. now. Yeah, it's 4:07. Just to give you some perspective of where it's at, and I can go till 5:15 maybe 5:30 if I'm still comfortable and wanting to drive. I don't know. I mean, obviously I'd like to take a hunk out of this, but right, so this is definitely the other right turn. And then again, I think we go left a little, and then we finally hit that other piece, and then it's still a ways to the pumping station, so it's not like, oh, then we're right there. And then even when we're there, I mean, we still have 300 and just now 79 miles to go, so it doesn't really matter how fast we get to the pumping station. Well, we went down to 148, but I'm thinking that'll change as soon as it updates again. I don't know how often it calibrates or whatever, but I would think with all the locations around here that would probably be off paved sections, but I don't know. Because you would think that there'd be a good amount of traffic between these things, and then, you know, obviously it would take less wear and tear than a gravel road would, but not sure what they decide to do when. Alright, so... oh, okay, we're already up there, but... so there we go. We got Yukon River Camp, Hotspot Cafe, 7 Mile Station, and then I'm sure we've got a ton. So again, I think where the red line started, so that's what we've covered in about an hour, just to give you perspective. So it's almost a screen full of roadway. That was a very sharp turn. Oh yeah, wow, that took 10, more than 10 miles an hour off just going around that. That's crazy. And now we're back to 149. Not surprising, as I said, because yeah, we've been going 30 for quite a bit here. And more climbing. Goodness gracious. 24. Okay, we're down to 10, gear 10. So, seems to be enough to get me moving. We're not speeding up yet, but you know, we did. Now we went to 22. So yeah, this is just a lot of empty space. In regular Trucking Simulator, that is news that has happened since the last time I've recorded the Dalton Highway thing. They have announced British Columbia. So I think they're ultimately trying to get us to Alaska. But once again, a 1/20th scale is very different than a 1-to-1. The other thing, though, that I may do in a 1-to-1, there's a map that's being worked on by the same modder that's done GDC Economy mod. It's called Sarisia, and it's like a whole land. And I think it's supposed to be as big as the United States. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. But it's supposed to be a 1-to-1 map. But it's a made-up fictional place, but they're building up like a bunch of lore around it, so might be an interesting thing. We'll see how creative I get. Try to do some, you know, role play series around there, like, hey, we're in this land, we'll tell you about the land, we'll drive around the land. So, I don't know. But I don't know if it'll ever get done, especially if it is as big as the United States. I mean, my God, think about doing like a 2,500 or 3,000 mile wide 1-to-1. I mean, this is 500 miles and it's just a roadway. So, okay, that was the engine brake coming on, the orange on the dash. I was like, what's that? But right, so good news is we're able to move along here for a bit at a good speed. Well, I guess we're going downhill. We're up at 53. Didn't seem like we were going downhill, but clearly we're doing something. The engine brake is slowing us down, which is good. Well, the sun is still up there. It's not way up there, but it's hard to tell with the clouds, but... Alright, 53... Big sweeping turn. So yeah, I have no idea when there's going to be a release, but like that is where their focus is now. I think the team, and I think they've hired some people. They're actually compensating them. Because I think to get that map, you do have to be a paid Patreon subscriber, so I did participate in that. Not necessarily just to get the map, but they had like a really good deal, and I'm like, alright, let me see. I have access for a year. It's probably been a week or two since I've done that, so it's obviously a little less than a year, but at least I'll be able to tell, like, alright, you know, what happens over a year? What, you know, is it worth it? Do I want to continue? Because I'm sure there won't be another sale, because that was, I think, just for, like anything, just for new Patreons, and then, you know, but the base one is not that terrible. I think it's like $3 a month or something. So it's not horrendous. Might even be less than that, because I think I paid $11.89 and that was 50% off. But I think that's 50% off the annual. So like which again is what I would do. So it might be like $2, but I think, yeah, if you pay monthly, I think it's like $3.25 or something. You know, so again, if you like want something, but you know, the thing is, like the expansion mod that goes with GDC Realistic Economy, like I just bought that for $15, but I think that's one of those, like, if I, like what I'm doing now, I could have gotten that. It's just I think you then lose access to it if you haven't, like, paid for it directly or something. Like, I'm not sure how they do it, so. And so my view was, well, I'd rather just own that mod because it could be years and years and years that I'm using it. You know, and again, I'm also counting on this modder updating it, but hopefully at this point they've gotten things kind of set, and all they're really changing are small things, you know, the data for each time, because they did release a November update which added more distance. So instead of sticking with the original distances, they changed that, and I talk about that in my other videos, so I'm not going to get into my feelings on that here, but you know, it's just will be an interesting thing to see how things go out. That is a hill. And that's where I think, like, you know, and again, they're modders are trying to do what they're trying to do, and can't be perfect. And again, when you're building a big map like this, it gets a lot more challenging, I'm sure. Alright, so we've got to be coming up on it soon, I would think, but just keep driving. Not worried about it. We'll get there when we get there. Because there's nothing I can do to speed it up by looking at the map. It's just kind of the watch pot never boils thing. I just need to keep going. We haven't theoretically lost any time. It's still saying 1 hour 49 minutes. Or 1:49 for when we get there. Sorry. If we just drove and drove and drove and drove, so... Of course I say that, and now we're going up this crazy hill. Twelfth gear seems to be holding its own there, but I don't know if we keep climbing. We do. Starting to accelerate. Yeah, I think because we're a wide load, nothing is passing us. Because I'm probably sticking out in a way that just doesn't let them really do that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, you know, I've had in my head at one point, because I think everybody in the US is like, ooh, it'd be nice to just do a big road trip, go to Alaska, whatever. I'm not sure that this would be as enjoyable as I had thought. I mean, I get in a car, I could theoretically move a little quicker, and again, I'm taking a car over those rough roads for miles and miles, you know, many dozens of miles. That doesn't help, and it's not like I have a newer vehicle, so just can't even imagine getting stuck out here. Oh, he was trying to pass, but now he's not. And again, it could be because I was far enough over and he started the pass, and now I inched back to the middle, not intentionally, but as I saw him, it just happened. And then he backed off, because he's like, I'm gonna get crushed here. So that would be the thing, too. Like, as a vehicle, I mean, yeah, you might be just crawling along behind some truck you really can't get by safely. And you're stuck going, you know, averaging 35, 40 miles an hour. I think the mountains are just making it harder. It's just, you know, the sun is up, but we're like on the other side of things and all of that. Again, another big Another big climb, so we're barely going, we're not even going 30, and then the grade's gonna pick up over there. Well, we sped up to 29, but now we're going down. We're down to 11th gear. 9th gear. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm going to get to the pumping station before my 2 hours is up. Thought it was only like 2.5 hours or something that it took me to get there, but I don't know. Although once again, that 2.5 hours might have been skipping those 14 miles or whatever that I skipped and all that. I mean, yes, for a while I spent 15 minutes trying to get up the first hill before I then had to figure out how to teleport and all that, but alright, well, we have enough momentum here, which is good. I do somewhat remember it was kind of a straight road and the pumping station kind of came out of nowhere. And it'll be on the left side if I remember, so. And I'm looking at the GPS. I don't think we could see it until we were like on top of it. Oh, there's something coming out of there. Maybe just a rest area, or no, I think it is a rest area. So, gained a little speed, oncoming traffic. Covenant. I wonder if they really do come up here. Sorry, coughing and some potential sneeze, but I never sneeze, so there might suddenly be another mute, or hopefully I'll mute. Again, I'm just not going to be able to find things and edit them out, so if I happen to get a sneeze in there, I apologize, but usually I can kind of get to the mute button before I need to do anything, although that cough did kind of jump on me. And some of that certainly is because I'm talking, and that will kind of irritate things more. So we'll see. But I keep thinking I'm right on the pumping station, and then we just drive and it's not there. But we're definitely going on a pretty long straightaway here, so it's we're closer every second. How about that? We'll leave it at that. I'm thinking should be able to get to like 350 at least. That's 425. So 68 miles to get there. I could take the better part. No, maybe I can't, because I don't think I can do that in an hour. I mean, I'm going 50. Like, that's the speed limit. So no, I'm not... Well, no, I said 350, not 300. So I gotta make now 17 miles in between 40 and 60 minutes. I would hope I could do that. This does not seem like we're going downhill, but clearly the engine brake is on. holding us at 53, so it's interesting. That was a weird sound. And I almost remember it is kind of like a right turn and then it's there. So it could be this one, could be the next one, could be the 5th one, I don't know. Now at this point, like, we still don't have the engine running, I don't think. Like, we're coasting, so it's interesting. Now it's finally re-engaging again. Getting a little bit of the highway hypnosis. So that's always dangerous anywhere, but certainly somewhere out here. I did see, I did not watch the YouTube video, but kind of related to this area, because again, I think they run part of this highway or all of it, but they had a thing about, you know, people that were on ice road truckers, like, where are they? Oh, are we going back to gravel again? I thought we went, no, we are. Okay, well, it is what it is. But are they still alive? What happened to them? And I think a bunch of them, it kind of seemed to imply a bunch of them had died. So, you know, and I don't know if it was like trucking accidents or just, you know, to probably want to come up here and do this in the dead of winter, you got to be a little bit of a hard life type person. So, you know, maybe they unfortunately had some other causes of death. Maybe I'll look at it one of these days, I don't know. That came up on the middle of a YouTube recommended list or something. This is crazy. I really thought we would have been there by now. Very long shadows. That tree is... No, I mean, I guess the good news is we have shadows, because at least it's not like the sun is low enough that the shadows are, like, I don't know, going above me. I don't even know if that's a thing. But I would think before it gets dark, like, we wouldn't see shadows. Alright, well, we're staying up at 50. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the turn. Something seems familiar, but the road is the road. Like, I mean, every right turn looks like a right turn. But I don't know. We'll see. We're at 364, by the way. To our goal of at least 350. Seems like we're climbing, but we're not losing speed, so the truck's able to haul our load up the incline. Oh, with the sign, I'm guessing... Oh no, that's just the downhill. Okay, I thought... Oh, near pump station 6, I can see it. So, it's coming. And then we'll be on all new forever. so we're going to be 363, 362-ish. We'll see what it looks like when we pass the road. It's 363 right now, but that could be another quarter mile or something. Could be just enough to get us to 362. It is not. So 363, no, it just changed to 362. So we'll say 362 to Dead Horse, I think is where we're headed. So, but this is all stuff we've not been on now. And again, we've got other nearby things. No parking, alright. That would seem reasonable on the bridge where it's already thin. I mean, I'm assuming you can park if you need to anywhere here. This is just a very weird hill next to me. It just is hitting me in a unique way. Now, I would say it's gotten a little brighter, which is nice, because then maybe we're, like, out of big mountains for a while, and then maybe we can, you know, drive with some sunlight for another hour or two. That would be great. But it seems brighter. Alright, again, we're going downhill. We've got some engine brake. Rest area here. So, some sort of roadway, but alright, here we come on. Because it was like Yukon Station or something. Oh, in theory we should go slow, but we're not going to. I don't think they have dynamics in the game that if I go more than 25, the bridge collapses. This does not look concrete, but maybe it is. Maybe it's just like rails of it. It looks like some kind of wood, which would be crazy. But there's the Yukon River Camp.
Go straight on.
Pipeline is doing its thing. There we go, we have discovered it. There's like a loop. Still go 50. And then again we have like Hot Shot or something, but that's a little ways away. So I knew the Yukon and the pumping station were pretty close. They're about 2 miles apart, so I'm guessing Yukon River Camp people might live there and then they go work at the pumping station when they need to, and otherwise do stuff with the pipeline right there. And then they're near the river at least, so they can catch fish and whatever else, so that they're not having to buy a bunch of food, because clearly we haven't passed a Walmart. So yeah, part of why I want to get this done, I mean, is it'd be interesting to get it done and get it out there for you guys, because I'm sure somebody would be interested. But also just then getting rid of the recordings and freeing up the drive space. I just can't even... It's going to take like 24 hours to render this, or well, it probably won't, because it's usually less time than the length of the video, but not by much. But this, I think, would definitely be one that's like, start it when I go to bed and hope it's done in the morning. And again, that's assuming I have enough space. But, we'll see. But yeah, before I render it, I'm definitely going to have to, you know, take a peek and make sure. Like everything involved with this, the time to do it, the time to render it, the time to upload it, like everything is going to be immense. And I have seen, I think one other person did something like this. I think they did it, and I think their video was like 10.5 hours long, so it's just, this is telling me it's going to take longer, so I don't know. Maybe they had a magic truck. So it seemed brighter for a moment near the camp, and now it's not again, so I don't know. And you can just hear the creaking of the truck, which is kind of interesting, but at this point, it's just, yeah, this is a long stint. I'm kind of running out of physical gas for myself. This is a lot of sitting and just driving. Which again is like, that's what we'd be doing in a car, and it's not like, oh, we can pull off, we can go eat. No, not really. We'd have to have food with us. So, I think I'm past that point in my life where this is a viable option. You know, in my 40s, maybe. Yeah, in my mid-50s now. I don't know that I'd want to take something like this on, because it probably doesn't look much different than this. It's just a lot of trees. And yes, getting to the destinations would be cool, but this may be one of those, like, yeah, I just have someone fly me there or something. I mean, even taking a bush plane, you know, 400 miles, it's still going to be hours and hours, but yeah, I'm just a passenger then, and, you know, that maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But we definitely have interest in, like, taking an Alaskan cruise, but again, that's very different than, okay, so there's something off that way. Maybe that is that Hot Shot Camp? Yeah, it could be, so we may not. The cafe we may discover, but yeah, there's probably something up there that we're not going to discover. Which is fine. The goal is not that I'm discovering everything. Does it have a percentage? It does. 22%. 22.87%. Because we're obviously, in theory, going to be really close to 100% when we're done. I mean, it'll just be the little spur roads here and there. So, I would think we'd be at least 98%. But I don't know. Alright, so we're coming up on, yep, Hot Spot Cafe. So, this is a place to eat after 3 or 4 hours. But it's off to the side, so again, it may not give me discovery, and I don't know that we'll see much, because that's a good long way away from the road. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna discover it. Oh well. So, there we go. 356 miles, so I've got 6 more miles to go. Alright, so it must be Alaska Route 11, because there's another sign, 11. So, must just tell people, like, in case they didn't know, the one road that's near them, what it is. Is this really a farm field? Or, well, maybe it's an airport, so this would be an airstrip, so in theory, yeah, as you're flying, yeah, 5 mile airport, I think, is what that is. Still at 356, by the way. So yeah, not like there's a big hangar out here or anything. Although again, they probably wouldn't render it. It doesn't mean that the real airport doesn't have it. They probably are just like, yeah, we're just going to give you the base stuff. Oh, look at that. It did discover that. It's interesting. Like, it didn't discover a hotspot, but this was close enough that it did discover that. Yeah, it definitely says Alaska 11. All right, 442. Now we have dropped to 146, so we've made up 3 minutes before the end. But it says 9 hours and 3 minutes, so... Oh, and here's 7 whatever, but that's far enough away. I don't think we're gonna get that discovered. So like I said, there's little roadway spurs, obviously. So all those aren't being discovered. Seven-Mile Station, State of Alaska, Department of Transportation.
Go straight on.
Alright, a little bit of a turn. Comes a truck. Let's try to avoid any kind of crash. That would be nice. Just making sure I'm not muted. Looks like I'm not. Just a little worried. So let's take a quick peek. Alright, well, it is moving it along. I was thinking I'd have to move the map, but right, so relatively straight for the foreseeable future, so that's good. We just gotta eat up the roadway. Now we're climbing, obviously, because we're down 47, now 46. Again, maybe we're catching somebody. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to go much further. I am not going to push this till 5:30 or whatever. I may just give up at 350. I don't know. We'll see what the roadway looks like, because again, I don't want to stop on a hill if I can avoid it. So, you know, I'll look for something kind of flat or downhill so that when I restart, I can have a good head start. 3 more miles to the goal. And again, that means I'll have gone 69 miles. That will be it in this time. So, man, this is an endeavor. And so that's where it's going to be interesting to see with the Sarisia thing. Because again, is it just going to be lots of just nothing? You know, which would not really be, I would say, reasonable. But obviously building a lot of cities and whatever would take forever, I would think. So I don't know. But I think it sounds like they're releasing like an area. Because they basically have, I don't know that they've said what they're called. Provinces, states, republics, I don't know. But I think they're releasing one area And then they'll keep working on the map while people are just exploring that and doing stuff there. So is that like a pickup? No. Oh boy. Yeah, we don't need two wide loads passing each other. That would be really bad. I don't know that there's enough room for that. Yeah, we started, if I recall, on mile marker 419. So, well, not mile marker, but 419 to go is, I think, where we were at. And yeah, I don't know if now we have to go all the way to Coldfoot or Cold Feet or whatever it's called, which is probably over 100 miles away. I'm not sure. But we're getting close to where we need. I'll probably push on a little bit longer, but not much. I might, get myself. Yeah, 4:49, so I might push myself to 5. So another 11 minutes or so, and then we'll see where we're at. But 1:45 is when it's saying we'd get there, so we carved off another minute as we slow down climbing up a hill. Yeah, we're at 350. We've been for a bit, but we really did kind of start climbing right about when that happened. So, because to me, like, even here would not be a great spot, because you get moving, but then you're immediately gonna hit a pretty big hill. I don't know. I'm second guessing myself, because now we're getting into some hills, and it's like, if I find a spot, would I be better off stopping before I'm suddenly like, I gotta drive for 5 minutes till I find something? I mean, honestly, if I could find a rest area, then at least in theory that would be a place on the map that they've said, yeah, this is a good place to stop. You can start from here and do well. You would think the designers would have at least thought that through, but maybe not. So, yes, if I hit another rest area, like, right away, I will stop there. But otherwise, it'll just be stop in the middle of the road and pick it up there. So yeah, we haven't had a rest area for a bit, so in theory, we might be due for one. Oh, I see, that's like a snow-covered mountain. I'm like, what is off to the right? But yes, I don't have my head tracker on or whatever, so I have no real way to look. Trying to think, is there... yeah, there's a mountain behind me, so get a little bit of a view that way. But yeah, we're climbing again, quite slowly. 3:49 though. We've made it another mile. But yeah, I've been wanting to get another segment done for a week or two, so probably a week is probably more realistic, because like I said, I think the last time I was in here, today's November 5th, I think that's right. I think the last time I was in here was October 12th, so it might have been the last week or two, but you know, and there's just never a good time where it's like, all right, I'm going to devote hours and hours when I have other sim things I'd like to do, but I either need to basically agree to myself that I'm going to do this or just give it up. So, and I'd rather complete it, because like I said, I think it'll be something that some folks might enjoy, and you know, it's nice to kind of be able to say, hey, I've done that, I finished it. And well, we are speeding up again. Just looking around the curve because I don't want a problem. I'm kind of trying to will a rest area into place. I'm just not sure there's one there, because again, I think we would have seen it on the map. But maybe we weren't zoomed in enough, I don't know. Still only 53. It feels like we're going a heck of a lot faster, but I suppose when a lot of the time we're going 30, I suppose it would do that. I'm just curious, so no, I think I'm just far away. Oh, there is one. Look at that. All right. What's that other thing? What does that say? Burr? Oh, push truck. Okay. So we have hills, but yeah, we'll stop at that rest area. I think that'll be enough, and then I'll get enough movement, and then we'll fight the, because I can't use the push truck, I know that. So, but stopping there and then trying to start, probably a bad idea, because I'm sure that's on the incline, but that obviously means we've got some terrain there. You know, and it wouldn't surprise me that it's going to be another 5 minutes till we get to that rest area on the map, but... or more, we'll see. But we're at 3:46. Goodness, oh boy, this is like, again, half blind. But I'm like, I do not, we were only going like 40 something, so... Alright, and then we're going downhill. 25, but I think we're now, we crested. And now I'll just, yes, have to be careful on the downhill. Like if we're going straight, that's one thing, but... That's the biggest grade right there. We're through it. And again, still a good climb, but... And down to 20, so yeah, not... I definitely don't want to deal with push truck space today, because yeah, we might get down to where we're going 1 mile an hour, and I don't have that patience, and then I couldn't stop, so yes, I'm stopping at the rest area. Or sooner, if I just lose my mind. Trying to figure out, I think that is the road kind of going up and to the right, yep. So, probably won't have enough momentum again to make it, but 42... Interesting that they have a downgrade in front of a large hill. You'd think you would kind of do that more toward the top of the hill. Alright, well, we can see the road there. Because that's the thing too, like in the dark, we're gonna lose all this visibility. It's just gonna be the roadway in front of us, and that'll be it. That's gonna be a little maddening, I would think. Alright, good news is we're moving along. So we're gaining some speed for the hill. Yeah, I think this is going to be further than I think. Just like the, whatchamacallit, just like the pump station. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be there, I'm going to be there, and then it was 20 miles. I'm worried is that it's going to be like 20 miles. Because right now, yeah, see, it's 5 o'clock now. My goodness. I don't know. Let's see. It's right there. Alright. It's after the next big turn, so we'll press on. It can't be more than 2 or 3 miles, I would think. This, I don't think, is the turn yet. This is just the bit of... maybe. That is pretty severe, so... Just seems like we covered, although that was zoomed in, so maybe it is. Yep, there it is. It's blue. Okay. So I would hope we crest here. It flattens out. I don't like it, because it's almost like a rest area going the other way. But... we have what we have. I mean, it is flat-ish, but... I'm not a big fan of this, I'll tell you that. Alright, well, we do have a little bit of takeoff and go, so we're going to stop the engine. We are not going to rest. So, there goes everybody that was behind us. Oh, that was it. That's surprising, but have fun, guys. I am back here to continue on. So, since we're getting onto the verge of darkness, I've been asked in other series, the extreme trucking ones where I'm doing a lot of nighttime driving, to look at the mods. Okay, well, this is clearly a wooden bridge, but anyway, alright, let's get ourselves going. Good news is, yes, we're moving. Yes, we're only going 40, but could be worse. We could be going like 20. But yeah, I just see that hill coming up, and it's a little nervy. But at least stopping at that rest area was okay. So, not sure how far we'll get, but yeah, the mod was a realistic headlights mod. So if and when things come on, okay, looks like, yeah, the road lit up ahead of me a little bit, so I think we're okay. But I just cycled it again, and it got, it blinked for a bit and so forth. But obviously if we get another penalty, we'll know that we were off, but I don't think that's the situation. Alright, oh boy. Now that up there is a hill. And I'm not sure we're gonna get to go much faster here. It'd go from 27 to, well, now 30, so maybe, but it looks like a slight incline the whole way. So that one concerns me. I'm not gonna lie. And it may not have changed much. I mean, the only difference is, yeah, I'm sitting here in 12th gear. And again, getting below like 8th. We've only done that once, so there's some sign here. So hopefully it doesn't say crazy incline or something, but obviously we've got push trucks somewhere, so it's just Sand Hill, okay? A hill that's named out in the middle of nowhere. Probably not a good sign. Hopefully it's just this crest and then we flatten out some, so. Alright, we're down to 5. I'm gonna get ready to flip into my, Alright. Oh, come on. What do you mean? Cannot be. Alright, well, we'll see what it does. I mean, we're going at 6, so I'm hitting the differential, if you're wondering, but yeah, because I don't want to get stuck here. Now, again, I have to be really careful not to clip this guy. I don't understand. Like, I wasn't near the truck, so trailer damage makes very little sense, but that's what I thought happened last time. Now, again, it looks like we're gonna flatten out a bit, so maybe we'll gain a few miles an hour, but then it picks up again. And the good news is, yes, we haven't gone below second. I don't know why it felt it needed to shift, because we slowed down more, but oh boy. Alright, well, I get what it's trying to do, but I don't like what I see ahead of me, so I just don't think we're going to be able to keep it up. But we need to, once we cross up here, I think we'll be okay. So 14, well, we're kind of doing okay, but alright, now we're locked. And we're moving. So, not fun, but we knew we'd have some of these, and this was exactly why I stopped when I did, because putting up with this now is a little more manageable than after 2 hours of driving and then just being worried, like, am I gonna make it? I mean, again, what I don't want to see, because what I saw when I did get stuck was that it switches to 0 and it's still moving, but that's because I've gone to less than half a mile an hour. I mean, I think we're at a constant speed here. We're definitely kind of cresting, and I'm used to the engine doing this, like stopping and then changing and like reapplying pressure again, so I don't know. to 2. That's nice. So, and that might have just been the trailer crossing over. So I'm turning the differential off. Because again, we couldn't turn it on below, like, well, I was at 4 and it was still telling me no. So yes, I don't want the issue that I have a problem. But the big deal is we've made it. But once again, I have a relatively powerful truck. And yeah, it's just not a good thing. So I'm going to quickly flip over. Alright. Was just making sure that I was recording. I am. Like, now I don't have Truckee up. So, sorry for flipping back and forth to the Truck Simulator screen, but it is what it is, so that's alright. Approaching roller coaster, steep grade. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, the road looks really odd over there. I don't like that. Because again, we know we can't take... Oh my goodness. It is straight. I'm nervous. Because I'm worried we're going to go so fast, but getting up that might be helpful. So, we're only going 60, but... Holy moly, they're not kidding. Alright, 70. We've gone to 80 before, so I'm not worried about that, especially when I know it's straight. So... And again, that helped a lot. Because otherwise, I can only imagine what trying to get up that would have been like. Because, yeah, I think we've gotten past the worst of it, so... Okay. And so, yeah, maybe it's literally just that, because it looks like the push truck on the other side is right here. But what I was starting to get at was... I'm barely making it, and I think I've got, like, the biggest engine. So I don't know that you can haul more than 50,000-ish pounds. So, that is interesting, but yes, those are the push trucks going the other way. So, and again, I'm nowhere near where I can finish this yet, but I did do some quick looking. I was talking in the last segment that, will I have enough space? Now, I don't know that I'm going to have enough space to, like, render the video, but I should be okay. The drive I have where I'm saving my recordings, I have over 400 gig, and the last segment, which was a couple hours of driving, was 20 gigs. So even if I've got 5 more of those, I'm only adding like another 100 gig of files. You know, if it really took me another 10 hours or something. And once again, I don't know, when it gets dark and you can't really see anything, maybe maybe it'll be smaller because it's just like all going to be black. In theory. I mean, maybe it still is recording all those trees and just saying, like, I don't know what the recording file is really recording. I mean, I guess it's not recording the game and playing it back So it wouldn't know it's trees, it's just the visuals on the screen. So yes, like once everything becomes a bit more monochromatic as it gets darker and darker, maybe it'll be a smaller and smaller file. I don't know. Alright, well, the roller coaster was interesting, but this is exactly why we're driving this, because there's going to be segments like that I'm sure are based on somewhat around something real, then obviously I'd have no idea, never having taken this road. I have also, this time I've turned on beam tracker. I don't have it activated as far as the tracking, because I don't need to, but if we get to the point where we want to, like, we're going really slow, we want to look sideways where we're at or something, I have that ability now, where there were a few points in the last segment that might have been nice to look around, but at that point I had no way to do it, so I did go ahead, because I have a longer segment, in theory, of time. I don't know. Again, will I really utilize it? That's a different question, because once again, at that 2-hour mark, I was kind of like, oh, I am so done with this. And that may be the same situation. You know, we'll see what kind of mileage we're at. I mean, again, we barely got past 350, so it's just a long way to go. There is a vehicle ahead of us. I'm sure we'll start seeing the engine brake again. Usually, yeah, well, it was like around 53. It's not interesting that it's not engaging. It's like, to my knowledge, now it's trying, but so maybe, like, if we're going at a certain rate of increase, it can't, but now it is kind of blinking. But yeah, so this is just the next day from when I did the last segment, so I am pressing on a bit. I just don't know that I'm going to get much farther, because there were other things I kind of was interested in doing, but I'm like, I got some time, let's do this. So I'm not gonna lie, this is a little chore-ish. But now it's one of those, like, I just want to do it. Like, I do want to get it done if I can, and obviously staying on it rather than giving, you know, 3 months in between. And like I said, at this point I probably have like 50 gig, if not more, of files across the 4 segments so far that I've driven. This will be the 5th. You know, and I'm renaming them so I know not to mistakenly delete them or whatever, because obviously that would be unpleasant, because I wouldn't have the whole thing. I don't know that I'd redrive it just to get what I was missing, but so I do know that this is my 5th segment. But yeah, I'm already like chewing up 50 gig of drive space for it, so that's part of it too. Now as I start to tip over, you know, a large amount of space, I also want to get done so I can get it published and free up the space. But yeah, on the drive that I normally render on, I only have like 137 gig free, and what I'm unclear about is how big a file, like how big it'll render. Like if I have 150 gig of files, let's say, of raw files, does that shrink down as it's making video? And, you know, again, like how insanely long will it take? I don't know. Alright, climbing, but not that super steep, so I think we'll be alright. Although again, it looks like it increases a bit. It's gonna like flatten out here a tiny bit, go a little quicker, but then I think it quickly goes back up. we jumped from 27 to 30. Goodness, goodness. Yeah, this is just very monotonous, is the issue. Again, I'm quite sure that's what this road is. Any road is. So that's why, you know, I talked a little bit about Ceresia, the one-to-one map that they're doing. And that's what I'm frankly worried about. Because, you know, it's different, like, on the actual planet, the way things are, but having someone create a big map, I think there's just some repetition that has to go into it. So I'm just not sure you can really build a good sized one-to-one map and make it not monotonous. Alright, well, we're speeding up. That's good. Because I'd rather do that where I can. Again, because there's always another rise. It's been very, very straight, which is also odd. But 35, we're back down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all of the railroad is gravel all the way up, and I'm sure to some degree they do that, because if you paved a road, it would probably be cracking all the time with the winter and the freezing conditions and whatever. Wasn't sure what I was going to say, so hence I stumbled over my words. I think even a 100-mile session would be really long. So we can't go very fast here. So yeah, I mean, we were at 340 something, I just don't remember what. We're at 332 now. Maintaining a good clip. We're staying in the 40s. We slowed down a little bit. Guessing the trend will continue. Yep. So a very gentle curve here. Looks like we're getting to something a little more dramatic shortly. See, I had an idea, like, a goal would be to get this at least together, like, completed, the driving of it, before Thanksgiving. Don't know that that's going to happen, but that's a bit of a goal. That's why it's like if I can do 3 or 4 hours a week, I think that would get me there. But don't know if that's just going to be something I'm enjoying doing. I mean, the flip side of it is too, like, I've got other driving to try to keep up with other things. I mean, I could cut into doing the Extreme Edition episodes, but I enjoy those as well. So, you know, that's the thing. That's when I'm like, oh, I spent 3 hours in Truck Simulator, but, you know, I could finish a week and then some of the regular videos for that, and in the meantime I'll just get a segment of this run. So this is a brutal run. It's intriguing, but I don't know that I can honestly say it's enjoyable. I mean, it really feels job-like. I mean, I like keep looking at my miles and I'm like, I haven't gone another mile yet, and it's just is wearing on me a little bit. I wish I could think of something exciting to talk about and share, but nothing really that fascinating is going on. I'm just worried. It seems like we've been climbing forever. And I get we could like just arrive at a new height, and that's where we're at, but I haven't been able to get 250. I mean, we're speeding up again. We'll see. It looks like we got to turn to the left up there. That's what I think I'm seeing ahead of me, and now the GPS is bringing that in. But I don't know if it goes left and then immediately right, and that strip up above is just the roadway, like after we do some kind of a switchback type thing, or what I'm seeing there. It's intriguing, if nothing else. And I think that's the pipeline. Yep. It is, in fact, just the pipeline coming up and being visible again. Now, that one station was pumping Station 6, so I don't know, will there be 5 more on the route? And with the direction we're going, are they numbered that way, or would the next one be 7 instead of 5? I don't know. But I'm thinking, really, since what you're doing is you're bringing oil out, you're not using the pipeline to go the way I'm going, it's going the other way. I would think they started numbering from the start of the pipeline, you know, the way that what is in it would normally flow. Alright, we've just saved. Again, we're going to be climbing shortly, but it looks like just a brief little rise and then flatten out again, or flatter, I should say. Oh, it's another push truck. That's not a good sign. Especially a push truck when we're going 30-something. Although, maybe we'll get to 40. if we get something like roller coaster where it's just straight, if I'm going downhill, we'll just let it go. But so we'll see if the dashed line goes off the screen, or if this is just going to be a really long climb, and maybe we're just kind of getting here and that'll be it. I don't know. Or maybe this is like halfway and then we cross that crest there and head back down about the same and catch up to the next push truck space. I don't know. Staying up in the 30s. It looks like then we're turning back. Well, it looks like a dip and a rise again. Or maybe not a dip, maybe just the leveling. Oh my goodness, it's still climbing. Well, now we've lost the dash, so wherever it went, it's gone. Man, that is a hill. We are speeding up, but oh my goodness. It might be only that high. I'm a little nervous about making it, not the speed or any of that. I think we're fine. I just don't know that we're gonna have enough energy. Holy moly. Yeah, not pleasant. Alright, we're down to 11. Man, I really don't want to crawl up this at 1 mile an hour. Come on, stay at 20 at least. It's down to 19 miles an hour. Again, like it could get to some point where it's the 9 or the 7 where it can hang on or speed up a bit. Still slowing down. Oh boy. I tried to downshift, it really didn't let me. Oh, this is going to be awful if we really can't maintain some kind of speed here. And it's not looking good. Oh, it won't let me there. Alright, there we go. Differentials on. Let's see what we do. Wow. This one is just horrendous. Come on, I don't like this. What are we doing? Wow. I mean, it doesn't look like it's gonna get any steeper. But yeah, we're definitely spinning. I don't know, maybe we're not spinning much, but it doesn't feel good. And it does that, like, rev every once in a while. Alright, I've straightened out my wheel. Come on. I mean, I think I'm continuing to move, but it's hard to tell. I mean, I can see out the side, but I mean, more am I slowing down, but yeah, this could be 20 minutes to get to the top of this crest. This is insanity at this pace. I'm not quite sure why it keeps, like, dropping down and then revving again. So I'm not gonna say much. We're just gonna sit here and do our thing. kind of at the I think I can phase. It's been 10 or 15 minutes. If you've watched this, you've seen it, but we got to 2, now we're up to 4. My God, we're going double the speed already. I'm like, yeah, I don't know that I want to switch gears, but it's going to. Seems to be working, but it's still climbing. It's not as much, so man, I thought the crest was like here, but at least thank goodness it did not keep at the same pace, because yeah, I mean, now we're going 7 times as fast. I mean, it's gonna be like going, oh my God, really? With the speed of sound here. But alright, let's get over to the edge. I'm like, really? We've got to have someone who's gonna try to pass us? Or, you know, go the other way? I mean, thank goodness that didn't happen going up that hill. So hopefully it'll be a good long way till we get another one of these. But man, we've had 2 of these since I've started this segment, so I'm a little nervous. They're definitely getting more and more frequent. Of course, now we have a grade sign, we have a turn. I mean, again, maybe we just turn and go straight, because that's the thing. If I can go 80 and then get a good momentum up the next, get a good momentum up the next thing. I forgot about that. Nope, looks like it's gonna turn again, but it might kind of level out. So, was there a car in front of us? Nothing past us. But yeah, it's trying to slow us down already, so. And now I'm thinking no, it didn't yet, but. So, I'm thinking maybe this is where the push truck would have taken us to, is here. From way back there, well, or from a long time ago back there, it wasn't way back there. We have gone from 326 to 324 since we left the hill, so we've gone a little, you know, over a mile, whatever it is. Mile and a half. Alright, more of a grade. Oh boy. Not liking what I'm seeing, because it looks like another really big hill. And the only benefit is, again, we're chewing up a good portion of it, but yeah, this is big. So, can we get far enough, fast enough? I mean, I think it just stopped climbing as much. So we did cross that. It's going to flatten out a little bit more, but doesn't mean it won't slow us down when we get to that. But it looks like, is he crossing or is he just flattening? But we're staying at 30. I don't know. I mean, we're going to slow down up this segment. And he is not obviously just turning and going at that point, but look at that, pavement. I don't understand, but because at this point, it didn't really, I mean, yes, it's flattening out now, but like suddenly it's got more traction and it's able to accelerate a bit too. Oh my goodness. Alright. Again, we've been climbing a lot, so in theory there's a long way potentially down, but it's not like, I don't think Dead Horse, I mean, again, we're 323 miles away, so let's not get all excited, but my point was, I don't know that Dead Horse is like back at sea level, so there's not necessarily a belief that we'll go back down, but Interesting, like double poles there. Alright, so if I look at the map, alright, just a lot of straight. But we're clearly going kind of mainly west. We're not really going north yet. Oh boy, we're gonna end up one of these where we're gonna be going up a hill and trying to pass a truck. That would be not fun. But yeah, well, now it's holding us at 53, so we won't suddenly start gaining that much. Yeah, it was like, oh yeah, we'll get past 300. Now I'm not sure. That's the thing, if I just did 50 or so per segment, that's still 7 more segments that I gotta sit down and run. It's just crazy. But again, if you think about it, like 500 miles, I think that would be like going across the state of Tennessee. I think it's 500 miles for that. But, you know, it's one of the widest states we have. We are definitely catching him. Now we're down to 37. And we're definitely gonna need to move on over and hope again. But yeah, he's hauling a pretty beefy load as well, so. Okay, well, my beam tracker ain't working, so I must have too much behind me, so maybe it won't work. Alright, well, it is accelerating, so that's nice. Looks like a downhill grade sign. And again, if it's straight, I guess I'll let it go. Looks like it's pretty straight. I mean, a little bit of a curve there we can see to the right, but nothing too substantial, I don't think. Come on, really? Now we're back? Ugh, I don't understand. So why the little bit of pavement? Oh, that's even less understandable, but okay. Well, it didn't let me run wild, so this might not be as helpful as I thought, because yeah, we're suddenly trying to crest the hill again, and we didn't get to go up to 70 and really get some momentum. Well, now we've actually gone past 320. We're down to 319. I was getting ready to say something. We were at 321, and like, all right, when we get to 320, I'll let you guys know, but we're at 319. All right, another big hill. And again, I'd expect this would kind of be the norm, but Just gonna go a little bit more downhill that way, but we only went up a mile an hour. Engine brake helped it stay where it needed to, but that impacts this. Just want to zoom out a little bit so we see a little bit more, because otherwise, yeah, we're going too fast. Surprising, but it's alright. There's nothing to really look at. A passing lane, great. Flagler Mountain, I think it said, or Flagger Mountain, I don't know. Oh boy. 23, I mean, it looks like we're just about at a bit of a crest, so. I did see the lights on the stakes, so I know my lights are on. But obviously we're facing a little bit different. We're a bit more drenched in sunlight here than we were going up that hill, so. Which is fine. Now it's still 318, so I'm guessing these aren't push trucks, they're just scenery, you know, to show that something's parked there, but alright, and we've got a downhill. Ooh, it looks like it says next something. Oh, it just trucks use low gear. Alright. I'm gonna assume. Because, yeah, this looks straight. Oh, goodness. That looks like it may be a long downhill. Because all we're seeing is clouds now. That's crazy. Alright. Well, maybe it can hold us. That would be odd, but it does appear to be holding on. But I'm guessing we got over Flagger Mountain now. So we did not overspeed, so we can just take the turn. Nice clouds lit up there. I like that. Looks kind of pretty. Now you can see where it's drawing ahead of us, because it looks like we're going into the water. We're not. That's just the blue of nothingness that then eventually gets filled in. It's just, we got caught a little glimpse there where it's the draw ahead right was not cleanly hidden. Alright, well, we're going back up again. Alright, and then uphill again. But hopefully not insane. I don't mind going uphill, I just would like to stay above 40 or something so that we're not really slowing down. May not be possible with this, but we do just have to cross this, and again, both ends of the truck too, not just part of it. But we're over the crest now. Alright, 315. I wonder if those... No, there's another double. I'm like, I wonder if those doubles are like you've gone a mile, but no. They're showing up every other now. So I'm guessing we go past this mountain. Yep, we can see the roadway there. So it's just how big of an up and down do we have? Not too bad. Because the bottom half is the steeper part, so, and that's obviously where we're bringing the most momentum. Keep seeing those little two sun visor things, keep thinking like hot air balloons are showing up or something. The two little nubs at the top of my windshield. Alright, so we finally crossed the first part of the hill. Now we've got the second part going on, although it looks like we have a little bit of a downhill. Alright, well, now we're at 314. So we are chewing up some miles, thank goodness. And I would expect once we start, you know, seeing some pavement, we should be in better shape. Arctic Circle, and then we start going north. Now I wonder if that really is like where we touch the Arctic Circle and then, you know, keep heading wherever, but... So I would think before 300 miles we're gonna get there. But obviously being able to chew up the road at 50, 53 miles an hour, those things will be good. Saying 7 hours and 60 minutes instead of saying 8 hours in my Truckee panel, so that's kind of funny, but I'm guessing it's probably fluctuating right around the time there, so... Just Not much to say, just driving along. Sorry I didn't mute you. I'm just sitting here watching the road. Guess we're going downhill because we were going 53 or 52. Hard to tell. But yeah, the pinking up of the clouds is always cool. Oh, let's see. See if we can read it. We're moving at a good pace. It looks like a distance marker. Something with a C, but it was too fast. I don't know. I want to say it's at 7 or 70. You know, there was a number, and I think there were two numbers. Like, not, I know there were two locations on the sign, but I don't know if it's at 7 or 70. But that's clearly after Arctic Circle, I would assume. Maybe not, but I didn't see anything on the map before that, so it wouldn't make much sense that we'd suddenly have some location that isn't even on the map on such a map as this one. I mean, the good news is then we'll turn north, too. We won't keep going west, and then we won't have the sun in our eyes, because I'm worried it's, like, behind the cloud, and then it's going to come out, and we'll be, like, blinded, but it'll be off to the left, so it'll be less impactful. Canuti River, I think is what that said. So obviously, yes, that would be at the bottom, and now we're climbing up out of the river valley a bit. Good visibility. We can see a good ways away. We've got a descent, but then immediately coming up, but I'm guessing this will be a bit steep, given that they're giving us a sign. Alright, well, doesn't go down that far, so not quite sure. Right, 309, so 300's at least looking a little bit more possible. Now, will we hit Arctic Circle before 300? Now, I don't know. Oh boy. That's a big hill, and we're only going 35. So we might get down to barely nothing again. But that has got some oomph to it, for sure. Goodness gracious. Come on. Alright. It's better than the alternative. We're still going 12. 308. So we were on the cusp there, obviously. Alright. But it just takes a bit for a truck like this to cycle up through the gears and get moving again. But I think we've got the downgrade again on the sign, yep. Drawing in some mountains out in the distance. Yeah, it definitely seems like the sun's coming out there, so. Alright. Well, that's good. I'm fine really flying there because that will give us a lot of speed to get up this. Because this is going to eat it off, you know it. But, you know, we made it nicely. Man, we're getting into some pinnacles here. So wherever we're at, we're no longer in like a flatter area like we were for a bit. It's been, I think, like another half hour since we left that hill, which is good. For now, I feel okay, like I could go for a bit, but I think this is like an hour and a half already that I've been moving. Maybe not. Bit of a sharper curve there, but I don't think we're going to have the speed yet to worry about it too much. I should be able to maintain the speed. Bigger hill, but not monstrous, so maybe we'll be alright. It would just be nice to keep moving. But obviously that's more and more challenging. Maybe gravel again? I think so. Yep, definitely. Definitely see the light, the headlights now. So part of why I did add this in, people were like, oh, I used to hate driving at night. Now with the headlights, I love it. So if we can get that, like that would do a lot. And again, then I could drive deeper into Beaver Slide. I am not using a lower gear, I'm sorry. Unless I have to, but we'll see. Right, so since there's a rest area up here, I assume again there's some flatness. Super flat, but yes, it's definitely workable. This is going to be a view, I'm thinking, especially with this sun. That's pretty cool. Wow. That is beautiful. Beaver Slide. Can't even imagine. I mean, it shouldn't be too crazy, because obviously we need to be able to get up the other side. 56. Let's see. mean, right now it's showing everything is straight, so I'd rather just keep moving, but it does look like we're gonna fall off the earth over there too, so not sure. Alright, and we are speeding up, 70. Again, once we start pushing 80, I'm gonna get a little more nervous, but with the ups and downs, I think we're slowing down, and that might be it. Is that a... Oh, I'm guessing that's a truck that didn't slow down and didn't make it. Yeah, oh, but there's definitely a pull truck there. It might just cross the road. No, it's right there, so that may be the bottom then. Oh boy, really? Get past him so I can get past you. Thank you. I'm like, I don't need the, oops, I don't need to have traffic slow me down there. I need to keep going. Alright, the Jake brake is doing its thing. It's slowing me down. And there we are. Back at speed, but we made it through Beaver Slide. We survived. That would seem to be, again, you know, I'm sure there's going to be several areas along the roadway that are, like, just challenging, so... And again, going a little quicker. Helping with the next uphill. Okay. I was really thinking with the rest area, I'm like, oh, Arctic Circle is going to be right here, but it is not yet. Alright, well, tell me 7 hours, 45 minutes. I see more mountains making an appearance, so I'm guessing we're gonna get a little bit of challenge here. Maybe not, but there's a lot in front of us there. It's just, yeah, it looks like we're going straight toward a pretty big rise. So, don't know how high we gotta go, but we've gotta go a certain amount, that's for sure. Doesn't look too crazy bad. But there's definitely a bit of an incline, and we're already losing a bit of speed as we approach it. I'd say that's straight west, given what they were heading like right at the sun, so 25. There's Arctic Circle. So we've made it to another point, and it's 301 right now, so again, it might be 300 by the time we get there, because it has been 301 for a bit. Again, will we discover it, or is it going to be far enough off that it's not going to give us credit? I don't know. But it looks like we got to get around that bend, or maybe right in that tree line there. Now a little loop like that, it did discover before, so... Okay, it's at 300 now, so... It is 300 miles from Dead Horse, which is what it says, and then whatever C is... Right, it did give it to us. Yeah, because... Although we didn't theoretically deliver, so yeah, I don't even know that there's any delivery points there. I don't know. But yes, then we should have a 90-degree sweep, and then we'll be heading north, and probably be doing northwest the rest of the way, predominantly, I would think. Yeah, there's something at like 60 miles or whatever. Oh, and there's that road that then goes off. So there will be, again, a segment. So there will be more that we won't have discovered. We're at 31.63%. That's why I went quickly back to the map. So we've discovered about another 9% of roadway since the last time we looked. But yeah, there's probably some, maybe it'll be significantly more than 2%, because yeah, there was a pretty lengthy spur that went off at one point somewhere. Oh boy. The climb is going. This can sweep around and keep going for quite some time, so hopefully we don't get another one of these I'm stuck at 1 mile an hour things for two. I mean, the good news is we're not on gravel, so maybe it'll be better. And it looks like it's kind of flattening out. We're still slowing down, but now we seem to have stabilized. Alright, now we're speeding up, I would think. Sounds like it. I'm not seeing it in the speedometer. Now we are. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna move on that part of the map for a long while. I wouldn't be surprised if that's 50, 60, 70 miles, like that next one. Because I don't think it's Coldfoot or Cold Feet, whatever. I think that's further away, so... So, the headlights are nice at this point, I will say, in the twilight, because sometimes that does get a little odd. So, not sure. Maybe another 45 minutes or so. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm a little... starting to feel that exhaustion of, alright, I've had enough of this. Time to do something else. And like I said, I may still do trucking, but... because I really do need... I do need another load. But that's for tomorrow afternoon, so I could do it in the morning. I don't necessarily have to do it today. I've got more golf I can do. Really would like to spend some time in Farming Simulator, but it's getting difficult to just find the time. Well, so theoretically should be doing something in Flight Sim. So many things. We climbing again? We only got 27. This is crazy. Yeah, we've never moved from 11th gear. Looks like there's a crest up there, but could be deceiving. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's just a gentle climb the whole way, or a good long way. Because, yeah, the road just keeps going. It doesn't appear to be flattening. I think we're finally seeing it here. Yep. Although it's always a bit longer than you'd expect when you start hitting these. Man, we're only going in the 30s. I mean, it'll speed up now that we're going downhill, but wow. Able to get up there with momentum. Again, it could continue to rise after that, but this should give us enough to get up here. Yeah, so it is rising a bit, but not terrible right now, and then it looks like it stays below the high crest. Moved a little bit. Alright, so we've got some wiggling, a rest area, and then so maybe we'll get that far before I've had enough. We'll see. I mean, it's not, we've only gone from Arctic Circle, but yeah, that's like 4 or 5 times the distance. A lot of that has to do, you know, again, you think with all those switchbacks, we're probably doing a lot of elevation changes, so it may not go as quick as one would like. Holy moly. We better pay attention, because, yeah, we're going 67. We're going downhill. We're coming up on a pretty sharp turn, and, yeah, we're getting to that danger zone of 80. So, yeah, we're going to hit some brakes here. Okay. Let it float over, and then we're going to go downhill again. Yeah, if I'm going straight, that's different than, you know, if we have to turn and stuff like that, so. That's a big hill, so I am gonna let it fly. And it'll be okay as long as we don't, oh boy. Alright, didn't slow down that much, so. I kind of let it go pretty quick, but it's again how we survive out here in Alaska. So again, it helped, we cover some good distance doing that, but didn't realize, I kind of should have. I hit the brake, but yeah, I was like, it's not speeding up. Why isn't the engine going? Because I didn't have my cruise on. But it's speeding up, so it's not such a climb, because I think it is a climb again, but it's nothing to the level we were at. So yeah, it'll be interesting if it's before 250 for that break off. So now I'm trying to figure out the little heart from the right side. There's like a broken heart of 9%. And so I'm wondering if that's the damage to my cargo, to my load. Because again, the damage to the trailer isn't my issue, unless they choose to penalize me for it. But, like, it's not my trailer. I'm just doing the job. We finally gotten the gas below the 220. We were like at 247 or something when we started, so we've used 30 gallons, 32 gallons or something. Again, we have plenty. It's saying we can go 1,029 miles, and we've got to go 292 at this point. So yes, we have gone from 300 to 292 already, which is very nice. That's like, if we could keep going at 50, we'd be there in like 6 hours, but it's telling us 7 hours and 29 minutes. So I'm guessing there's going to be areas that the speed limit slows down and all that, which is a little spooky. So like now, when we have a lot more of that, like, to me the trees look the same shade, so when 40% of the screen is that shade, like, is it last to remember it and render it and all that? I don't know. Going a little quicker. Like, yeah, I definitely don't want to hit him, because that would cause a significant problem. Yes, we're going uphill, so things are slowing down a bit, but not exceptionally, so I'm staying off the brake and just letting physics do its thing. Alright. So, finally back on the gas, 290. Just changed. So we did a couple miles there. It's also possible that other C thing that appeared to be like 60 miles back there, that might be down that road that we're not going on. But obviously, if you've kind of got one highway heading everywhere, you might put it on the mile marker, even though it's not on this roadway. I don't know. Uh-oh. It's always a little dangerous when we're back on gravel, because it just tends to mean not an easy place to go. Got a big sharp curve up there. We're not going to be speeding though, so we will probably, I will try to just stay at speed so I can see it's climbing. See if we can catch this. Something corner. So I'm guessing it's some important corner. The good news is a lot of our momentum got us a good way there, so... And then hopefully we'll... Looks like we're kind of topped out, and then we can just keep going. Yeah, and in some cases it might be because in the winter, like, it's easier to get grip, because, yeah, see, it was... So it might be because that corner was steep like that. I don't know. So I'm just glad it was a short piece. I mean, and that would be preferred. It's like a very interesting mountain. I can see through the trees there. It almost looks like a kind of flat face, so I'm assuming we're going to go near it, because otherwise they wouldn't need to render it. Yeah, there it is. But visually it looks like it'll stay to our right. Let's see, can I... No. It is just not gonna pick me up. Trying to get the beam tracker to work again, but won't let me do it. Because, yeah, sometimes I've kind of closed the blinds behind me, and that has helped give it a background that it can work with. But I thought it was late enough in the day when this was happening that I wouldn't need to do it. Because it's frankly not that bright in here, but don't know. But yeah, I'm guessing it's barely 5:30 in the game. Oh no, 7:15, really? Does not seem like we've gone 4 hours. So in theory, we could then rest in like an hour and 45 minutes. So also wondering if we crossed some sort of time zone line, which we could have heading west. There might be something more than, or maybe we went into Pacific. I don't know. I don't know if we started in Pacific. And actually going west, we would gain time, so it would have been like we would have gone from 8:15 to 7:15. So no, I guess just... And again, whenever I looked at it at one point, it was 4:30, so maybe that was early on in the last segment, and, you know, I did drive nearly 2 hours last time, so again, it's probably well over an hour this time, and so that would give us 2 3/4 hours pretty easily. So just surprised, but at least that means, you know, we're still seeing a little bit of daylight, you know, after 7 o'clock. I mean, yes, it's certainly twilight. We need the headlights, or the headlights are helpful for sure, but I was thinking it was going to be pitch black by 7, the way it was going at 4:30, so this is better than I thought. there's a good rise over there, so this may end up giving me the kick I need to be like, I've had enough. Because, yeah, I don't really want to deal with another 1 mile an hour thing. I hope it won't get to that. I mean, we are in 10th gear. We're not speeding up, but we're keeping up, but it is going to get steeper. But hopefully not so much that it can't maintain it at this gear. Yes, I was wrong. It's slowing down. Come on. Because, yeah, there's nothing fun about climbing at 1 mile an hour. I think it would suck just as much in real life as it does in the sim. So yeah, if I go back to the Sarisia thing, they did talk about there's like going to be this whole process of hey, if there's an issue with a road and it needs repair or something, or it's too steep and it needs to be graded, that you submit a ticket and then the government, looks at it and sees if it'll take care of it or whatever, and they're intentionally leaving some roads that they know are going to be challenges and need reports for people to submit. And so there could be multiple reasons for that. Part of it might be like, okay, does anybody ever get to that road? Like, it'll give them an example, because I don't know that there's any way they could ever see, like, who's driving where on the map. And so I think it just will give them data points when people are making reports of, oh, someone did go way down or all the way to the edge of the map that we have. Hopefully we can introduce the next part of the map soon or whatever, but sometimes you feel like with some of these map mods that would be a nice feature to say, all right, these hills, like I'm at 40,000, you won't let me take a push truck. I don't think that hill had a push truck available, but the concept is still the same, like when it's just can't take normal loads through the map here. That would be a good way to handle it. Alright, well, we got through that other part, but clearly we're hitting more and more of these. Alright, where are we at now? Alright, so it's Prospect Creek, but this is the big switchback area, so we had talked about probably some climbing and elevations, and here we are. Alright. Crossed. I'm assuming now this other side will be just going down. So it'll be a quicker part of the switchback. Yeah, that would indicate I think we're going to be there before 250 miles. We're at 285. So we've gone 15 miles from Arctic Circle. I don't know, we're speeding up. I don't know that... Alright, so it's not totally gravity speed up. Alright, I'm like, I think I see like a blue for the rest area, and I do. It's just because we were just going around a turn, it just wasn't really coming closer. Gobbler's Rush. I think that's what it said. I could be reading it totally wrong. I don't know. Alright, really tight part of the route. We've had this before, so... But I think as long as we stay, kind of within the speed... I mean, I should be able to go the speed limit, I would think. It's just pay more attention to it. Right, and then now this is where it could get dangerous, because if it starts speeding us up and it's not straight, but maybe we'll get around this and now we'll go straight for a bit. So it's holding me right now, but I don't know that it will. So again, there's just a lot of what looks like empty stuff there, but I think again it's because we're going down and it's drawing the map kind of below us and we can't really see it, so it just looks like we're perpetually heading to nothingness. But it's keeping us at 55, so we're not going down any super steep grade. Alright, that last part of undiscovered road got us to nearly to the turn. Alright. So yeah, now it's that speculation of when is Prospect Creek going to appear on the map, so... But... Well, it says Prospect Creek right there, so I'm assuming it'll be soon. Because I can't imagine the creek goes around the valley too much before we get... Oh my gosh. Oh boy, this does not bode well, but we'll see. So yeah, again, there's some heft to this grade here. But there's the road going off to the left, so we know we're there. So we made it, which is awesome. Really wasn't sure I was going to do that in this sitting, but we have. It's like really open here. Interesting that they make that intersection gravel, but it didn't actually run like gravel. Alright, and that's I'm guessing we're not going to discover this, but that's the roadway that goes off to it. And it looks like, I'm guessing we're going to go up, and that little curvy gap is actually where the road goes. But yeah, now we're getting a good view of how, like, not doing the map, well, things are popping in. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, this at least was a good amount of movement. I don't know, maybe that's Prospect Creek up there, but I still don't think we're gonna go near it enough to... Yep, there are the words, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a discover. And again, climbing up there, I don't know that I want to deal with that, so... Oh, wow. And that's pump station. I think it's at 5. Well, maybe this is the road that goes off. Or is there like another... No, it's just a bunch of little roads, and then we're going wherever we're going, so, okay. So, and then we'll be turning here. So not going... I mean, we may turn back into those hills, but I don't think so. I think it's just going to take us next to them, and that'll be it. Alright. So it's almost like every bit of road, because it went from 3488 to 3494 in those 2 looks at the map. So it's almost like, again, that little intersection's probably not enough, but these longer ones might be like 100th of the map. So it's like every time we get a road discovery, we get, you know, 1/100th, and so we get 100 of those, and we get a %. Now I would assume we're at 35. Yep, 3503. So could be something like that. So, I mean, the good news is this is kind of flat. I do like the fact that now we can just, like, go. But I don't think that's going to last very long. This just happens to be a big valley. It's like, if I can keep moving, we're at 277, like, I'd be okay getting to the 250th. The 250 position, but if, you know, we start slowing down to 30 all the time again, like that'll take another hour, so I'm not interested in that. That's too long. Because, yeah, like another 20 minutes, and again at 50 I could just about get there, so... Because, yeah, we're definitely starting to leave the flatter space here. So, it is intriguing, I'll give you that. Because in theory, I don't totally remember when I looked at the map. I mean, I think they tried to some degree to at least handle the, like, more famous parts of the terrain of the Dalton Highway or whatever. So obviously it's not a, you know, inch by inch recreation of it, but I think they did make some attempts, so that's part of why I think it's interesting to go through here. Yeah, I think what's happening is the miles to empty, so now we're at 1011. I think like when it was 12, like it then moves it enough that the rest of it goes down to like the second line in the Truckee bar. So I think once we get below 1,000, like maybe then it'll like not keep shifting that, but obviously if we get to 250, we'd theoretically be at that point, because it's 25 miles away, so I'm sure we'll use enough fuel, even if we're efficient, to still only have, you know, to have less than 1,000 then. We're still going 50. It just feels like we're slowing down with the sound and everything, but I think it's just the momentum's able to keep it going. But yeah, I think when we go to 1010, it may bounce it back down to that line, so there we go. So yeah, that's exactly what's happening, because I was like, what is making it do that? And I'm sure, again, when we have 210 gallons, see, something changed. And again, it might be that it's 231 on my mileage, and when it goes to 232, it'll be too much, and then when it goes down to 210 gallons out of 220, it'll be too much. So yeah, there's a whole lot of numbers that can be doing things. But right now, like, yeah, this is the best we've been doing in a long time. But see, in 1009 now, it's a bit, you know, we lost the third one. It's now not 1010. It's 100. So now we have like 3 rounded numbers, and I said it'll only get worse when the gallons go to 210 and the miles we finish go to 232 and things like that. So this is the thing, we're not even halfway. We've gone 231 miles. We have 273 to go, because like I said, I think it's 519 was what our actual distance was. But definitely, like, getting to the halfway point would be pretty cool, but I almost feel we'd have to go beyond 250, and we'll see how things are when and if we get to that today. Because yeah, there's a little bit more, obviously it's meandering a little bit more, there's a little bit more of what seems like an incline. I'm starting to get stars coming out. It's getting dark enough for that. Looked like something was coming, but that's that sign. So it's Jim River. What is... it's just a tree sticking up. Yeah, this has been a pretty clean road the whole way, I guess. I haven't even thought of that, given what we've got. But again, we don't have like bridges or things where trees would be underneath, and could be improperly placed and then coming through the roadway, but yeah, we've been making really good progress at this point, so this is certainly much more manageable. We've actually made up 5 minutes on the finish time in the segment since we've really been stuck on the hills. So all those things, like, yeah, if the rest of the drive was like this, that would be great, but we know that's not going to be the case. Now we're at 49, but I was going to say we've pretty much been going 50 the whole way, which is nice, but now there's enough that we're not quite maintaining. Now we're down to 48. But at some point it's gonna stop climbing and probably there. I'm guessing that's a downgrade sign again. Could be a turn. I guess it is just a turn sign. Which is odd, because like we didn't have one at the last turn. We've got a lot of cars behind us. We can see behind the turn there. But in this case, like, we're doing the speed limits, so I'm guessing it never changes beyond 50. I'm back on the air, so yeah, it's just having some conversations here with folks at home, but continuing to drive so that we can get further down the road. Again, we'll see how much further we go. We're at 262 miles. I don't think we slowed down much, but I think at this point, if I hit a rest area, I'll stop. You know, that's still the thing. I'd rather not stop on the road, especially not when we have hills like this, because again, trying to start. So let's see. Because I'm thinking that's a push truck again, which is not good, because then that means we're probably getting into some crazy areas. So lovely. And I don't see any rest area. And I don't recall passing one, but I wasn't really looking because I was chatting with someone here, as I said, so. But yeah, it's almost 3:30 in real time, and this was kind of where I was like, alright, that'll be enough. So we've got a grade coming up, so that will obviously speed things up on the other side, potentially significantly, and let us cover some distance. So maybe the push truck was in the other direction, I don't know, but I didn't see that we passed anything this way that would have made it that, so. But, you know, now we're down to below 1,000, and we still haven't gotten to one line, so there's other things obviously conspiring against showing us the information in one place. Alright, well, we are going pretty quickly here, but we'll see if we can maintain this, although I'm probably going to have to slow down before the next curve there. See, because it looks like, I'm almost positive that says push truck. I'd love to... Yeah, there's a big hill over there. So I'd love to keep this going. Alright, well, I was able to. So, because yeah, I get I'm going 80, but if I can get up the hill... It says steep descent, but clearly that's not what we're facing right now. And see, we're already down. He's probably gonna... I don't know. Yeah, he'll probably take off, because, well, I guess not. Alright. Well, I'm glad he backed off, maybe. And again, is it just going to the top of the hill? I see the dotted line coming back, so that may just be it. And I saw it was some with a K. I don't know if it was like Kolonchanko Pass or something. But yeah, it looks like it's just crossing over. So it might just be we're crossing the pass here, and then we're going to have a steep descent on the other side. And that this is just a push truck to avoid this climb and descent. But we got to that marker pretty quickly, so, I mean, the hope is if we climb up here and then descend down pretty quickly on the other side, that... Yeah, there's blinking lights on the other side there. Interesting. But it did say steep descent, so I'm guessing the other side is just as bad as this one was. So, we'll see. It's hard to... I don't know, maybe... Yeah, I guess it was just right here. So, that's weird that it said steep descent, though. Because we didn't do any I mean, we did a little bit of descending, but I think that was after I was already going 80, which is why I couldn't read the sign. So, I don't know. Okay. Well, let's see how quick we can get before this next climb here. And again, it looks like it crests relatively quickly, but got to 37. I don't think we're going to get any more than that. Clearly not. Now we're playing these games of up and down and up and down, so. Alright, so again, will we exceed? Yes, we got past 37. That's a bigger hill, though. So 43, 44, and now we're slowing down. So speed limit, and then Alaska 11. So, and it's definitely what it says, because that's the first time I passed the sign that slow, and it basically has a, like the Big Dipper with the stars on the signs. So I guess those are the Alaskan road signs. I'm assuming they didn't just create them out of nothing. So yeah, maybe once we get to 100 gallons, but then it'll still be 1, but I guess the 2 becomes a 1, so maybe that'll be permanent enough that the trucky thing will stay. I don't know. We'll see. But it's going to take a long time to get down to 100 gallons, so. It's like I said, we had like 240. We've only done like 40 gallons, so to do another 10-ish or so is going to be about a quarter of the time that we've taken already, so. Alright, so Coldfoot, and then we can stop there. And I know Coldfoot was one of those. Now it looks like we'll have to pull off to go to Coldfoot, but that's okay. Because yes, I would like to see, are we, like at Coldfoot, are we past the halfway point or close to it? So it'd be nice if we could get that to pop up at some point here, but I don't know that it will. Maybe when we have 991 to go on the empty, we'll get to view it for a brief moment. Which again, we'll certainly do before we get to Coldfoot, but that's where we need to get to, so that's the target, and hopefully we don't have anything crazy. So I do feel like I accomplished something if we're getting to Coldfoot, like, because I know that was, it was like those were the 2 main delivery points. It was Coldfoot and then going all the way to Dead Horse. Everything else was kind of like, yeah, you're bringing a few items to the pumping stations or whatever, but the Coldfoot and the others were the big ones. Alright, we're obviously going quicker. We are descending. We're at 65, 66. So I think at some point it like knows, like, well, I'm not going to use the engine brake because I'm going to just hurt the engine. So, alright, well, we got a big hill, so we're going to let it ride. Oh my goodness, 85. We hit 90. This is how trucks roll over, right? How is this not slowing down? That is crazy. Alright, so now at 249, and we have so we will be past the halfway point, and it was probably because we got to 991. And again, we're chewing up miles because, I mean, we're going 90, 85, I mean, that will... So as soon as it hits 990, it's going to pop down, but then we'd be at 250, and we'll be at like 254, so... Alright, well, good news is, yes, it's uphill, but we're able to eat this up nice and quick. So, just gets us to Coldfoot faster, right? Helps us. Because, yeah, now we've dropped 9 minutes. with just some of these things we've done. I mean, not more than what I talked about before. I think I said we could cut 4. We've cut another 5 in everything that just happened. And another one just went away, so 10 minutes from when we had the highest time here. We're down to 6 hours and 31 minutes now. So I'm feeling hopeful. Now 6 hours and 30 minutes, but I think, yeah, it's playing. You can hear it. It kind of like started, but then it's like, well, I don't really need to yet. There we go. All right. But yes, it's thrown it back down on the trucky screen. So, and I think like having the special transport, but there we go, 251. Now I don't know again what shrunk. Oh, probably the 251, and then as soon as it goes to 252, it'll go back down. Which is why, like I said, once we get the gallons to be 199, maybe it'll be small enough that things will stay up there. But I just realized I needed to move over at the last minute. I think I stayed out of the way, so. Alright, and we are at 8 o'clock. I'm tempted. I don't know. I'm tempted to sleep then, too. But the thing is, again, it'll be 10 hours, so it'll be 6 a.m. I just don't know that the sun will go up then. I mean, again, it might be like 8, because it's now 7:59. It might be like 8:05, whatever. I don't know. So I may, because, again, the only place we can sleep is at a rest area, so I can't just pull over at the side of the road and do it, so. Yeah, I'm like, is it because we're near Coldfoot? Why are we suddenly getting... I think that's the fastest we've had 2 vehicles together for quite some time. So, unless it starts drawing in, it looks like, again, that's a crest of some sort up there. Well, I don't know, I think I did see, like, a tree jump in, so maybe we are just gonna slowly keep climbing again. But obviously it only draws X amount of the map at a time, so. And again, 2 really quick vehicles. No trucks, though. I mean, that's a box truck. It's like, where's it going? It would seem like it almost wasn't worth sending a box truck down. I mean, you have to go hundreds of miles unless you're delivering something really small and expensive. Which, again, I can't imagine anyone who's living out here is like buying caviar or something. I don't know. I don't know. That's what came to mind. Never been a thing for me. Never even tried it. No interest. Salty? Like, why? Salty and slimy is what I think. It's kind of like, you know, I know enough people that have eaten oysters. Like, I enjoy seafood, but oysters, nah. I mean, I'll eat fish, lobster, crab, clam. Not a big crawfish, crayfish fan either, but to me they're, again, like slimy, slurpy, but whatever. People can like them. I just don't. And I have tried those, so it's not... Caviar and oysters I've never eaten, because I just... the whole concept of it, there's nothing appealing to me there, so. It's the same thing, like I've tried sushi a bit, you know. Seriously? There must be a cop behind me or something, I don't understand. I'm like, I don't even get it. But okay. Again, I'm not, this isn't a money series or anything, so fine, I'll pay my 500. I mean, and I was going like 8 miles over. Oh, you know, the vehicle I passed was a police officer, so yeah. They're right behind me, duh. So I guess that was the bad part of that. I should have just let him stay ahead of me. But I would have had a really hard time getting up that hill otherwise. Oh, wow. We've got a longer distance than I thought still. I'm like, we gotta be really close, but no. And in theory, we're still under, like, our rest limit. But we're gonna rest, and then that'll go up. But yeah, it's 7 hours and 42 minutes. Like, in theory, I could do it. And again, if it's 8 p.m., that means we'd be getting there at, like, 3 or 4 a.m. So, I mean, if I can sleep and make it the next day, that would be good. And again, if I gotta drive in the dark, I guess I'd rather drive in the morning, where in theory, the sun should be hopefully coming up by 9 or 10 o'clock at the latest. That was surprisingly impactful. It didn't look like that big of a hill, but definitely took out my momentum. Alright, there we go. Alright, well, we have gotten distance down to 984, so it is below 1,000. We gained that and it still didn't move things up, so that didn't help. Probably because there's enough space there, it looks like it just shrunk within the same space, so. So, we may never get to the point where we see that line, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see if we get another speeding ticket. If we do, I don't know, maybe I'll have to stop and pull over and let the cop by. But we'll see. No, it isn't, so at least maybe it's just like no double jeopardy. Like, yeah, you've already been ticketed. But yeah, the good thing is we've made it past the halfway point. So, yay. But, you know, we'll still see, because again, this was the 5th segment. Who knows how many more we'll need, especially again if I have like an hour or something to do it sometimes, because I don't know that every time I'm going to have two-ish hours or more, you know, or whatever. Yeah, and again, it's easier, like, if we're really moving along to be like, okay, I sit here for 3 hours, and because if you're just driving and moving at 50, like, at least you're going as fast as you can. But again, we're kind of back in the falling down to the 40s and the 30s and the 20s, and it starts to really take a long time. I don't know, we're in the same boat we were before, where we're closer to it than we were a second ago. But yeah, I'm definitely, now that I kind of know the end is near, I'm getting a little antsy. Yeah, the biggest issue is, will I be able to rest somewhere, pull in, and then be able to get out and turn around and get back on the road? Because again, I don't think there's a rest area along the road here. I mean, if there is, that would be great, but I don't know that that's the case. Because yes, I'm not in some position like, oh, I really want to discover Coldfoot. Like, if it doesn't discover it there, I'm okay with not doing that. Although, the other side is it would just be intriguing to see what kind of loads are available from where, what it has you take, but... And I would think, like, a major settlement will be down at the base as much as it can, so I don't think they're going to put it up at the top. So, going downhill here, that's kind of my point, is like, maybe we're headed to the stopping point. We'll see. And again, we're going really fast, chewing up a lot of distance at once, so while I can, I'll do it. So yeah, I don't know that I want to push this. Because yeah, now we're taking that turn at 70. I'm not looking to have a wreck. We'll see if anything is around. Now in theory they can pass, so... Headlights. So speaking of headlights, yeah, these aren't too bad. I mean, now that I've been using them, makes it a little more I guess it's not headlights, but alright, so we've discovered Coldfoot, and yes, I don't see any... Why are there police? Come on, can I not turn here?
Go straight on.
Okay. What does it say? I don't think I can, because again, my head thing isn't working. Let's see if I can... Sourdough? I don't know. We'll be turning there at some point, so... See, but to me, my god, it looks... Oh no, come on. Okay. Alright, thank God. Alright, well, I can't do that. Alright.
Drive safe.
Good to know, I guess.
Turn right.
Alright, well, we're not obviously sleeping, but okay, well, good to know. You can't, come on. Alright, so what does it say? Welcome everyone, sourdough fuel, Coldfoot, Alaska. I'm surprised because, like, what if I needed fuel? Alright, so is there any... There just isn't. Wow. Huh. Alright, well, there's no place. So... Trailer damage what? Alright, I don't even know where I'm trying to go, but... Coldfoot Station, State of Alaska. I mean, we'll get... I don't know. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just stop here, and then at least we'll be able to speed up. So I'm going to end this segment here.
Go straight on.
All right, everybody. So this is a return from another cut here. And hopefully... everything will be fine now. Not sure if I kept in what ended up happening. I was trying to pull over and rest, but I couldn't because basically with the special transport it had failed and said, yeah, you're in trouble now because you left the roadway. You left the direction you were supposed to go in, which is a little crazy, but that was the situation. So, that means we can't rest. I was trying to get it to be daytime. Now, again, if I see a rest point on the way, I will do that because we have until Thursday to deliver. So in theory, we can get there without resting. I mean, I've got about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes if I look at it on my Truckee desktop helper off on the side. But a lot has happened in the world of Truck Simulator for me again. So let me fill you in and why we're back here and why my intent is to finish these 241 now miles. It was 242 when I got in this cab and we started leaving that intersection of Coldfoot. But it is my intent to finish this, which is scary because it's telling me 6 hours and 9 minutes. That's going to take all day with few interruptions. I don't know that I have that, but I'm going to have to finish this or it's not going to be done, which would be disappointing. I mean, I can give you what I've got at that point, but I've got a dilemma in ATS that basically means I want to stay on 157 and I want anything that needs 156 gone because I've been fighting moving my Extreme Edition series forward with that. It's cost a bunch of maps. I think I'm having to strip out a bunch of things. I'm fighting really, really hard not to go to base maps, but I'm just worried, like, bouncing back and forth is just too challenging. Plus, I need the drive space because, frankly, at this point, I think I've got 5 video segments I've already been storing for months, you know, and they're like 10 or 12 gig a piece. So, I mean, I've got like 50 or 60 gig of videos that need to be processed, and then whatever this is going to be. So, yeah, life is interesting. So I do want to get this done and out for you. And so that is my intent. The good news is, right now, things are going well because we are cooking along at 50 miles per hour. And, yeah, this might happen. But, no, we'll see. But I do have to keep up. The other thing that I have is, hopefully, because, yeah, in hours and hours and hours, been coughing a lot, trying to determine if it's, you know, just I got a weird cold or allergies or something, or hopefully it's not a side effect to, you know, I've had to, it's the mature simmer. I've gotten to that point in my life where my doctor's like, we got to regulate your blood pressure. You need to go on some high blood pressure meds. So, I've joined those ranks, and if there may be a lot of you that watch me that are in that position and are like, it's not that bad. Well, I know one of the side effects, because frankly, my parents struggled with it. With the one they put me on is a cough, but they say it's kind of a dry cough, and I feel like I've got like phlegmy stuff, which makes me think it's more allergy related still, which would be my normal thing. But I don't know. You know, it's barely been a week at this point, because yeah, I think I'm officially at a week now. I think it was last you know, the day before yesterday that I went to the doctor, and then didn't start taking the medication till the next morning, because you got to take it at the same time every day. So I kind of picked 8 a.m. and was like, all right, I'm not going to take it today and then be taking it, you know, in the afternoon or whatever, where sometimes it might be more challenging because I might be in a meeting, I might traveling for, or, you know, if I'm traveling for work, I still need to eat breakfast, whatever. Like, I can probably make it work consistently on vacations, whatever, you know, in the morning, because it's one of those, I have to assume that this is now a maintenance med for me till I'm not here anymore. So, you know, and it obviously dosage might change, this, that, or whatever, but I gotta take something once a day, same time every day. So, alright, so that 267 over there, that now that it showed up for a brief moment here, I keep talking about, gee, I wonder if we're ever going to have this bar, like, finally plant itself. I don't think we will. I think as soon as it goes to 970 over on the left side to empty or whatever, it's just going to pop back down. But that 268 is what we've done, not what we have left. So we are past the halfway point. We have 236 left. Now, until we see, like, big signs, I'm not too worried, because we do appear to be climbing again. There's obviously that mountain that's been looming pretty much the whole time we've been going here. But yeah, so I'd like to get this done. You know, it's going to take forever to render. I'm not going to, you know, my plan is I'm not doing a lot of editing, so there may be junk that shouldn't be there in there. But, you know, we'll see. I mean, I'll do some, because I think in the beginning when I got stuck on the hills and stuff, like, I do have to, Well, that was the other one. I think that was the other video. I think this one, when I restarted with the other lighter load. So there we go. 970, and there it plops back down because it doesn't have enough room. So it's those little things, and so I don't know that we're ever, before the end of this, going to see stuff, but could happen. You never know. But yes, that is the goal, is to finish this today. Good news is I can kind of turn and look like I just did now, and it doesn't drive you crazy because there's very little point in having head tracking on right now, because there's not much to see because it's dark. So there's a lot of trees, and and the reality is on this map there isn't that much to see anyway. So if there's an opportunity when we get somewhere like to take a peek, I'll certainly try to turn it on, and if I'm not coughing or whatever, then... The other thing I did try after all this, I'm like, hey, if I'm changing, and been struggling to improve my situation in Truck Simulator, but this is more across anything, there's always been a bit of craziness, like if I suddenly feel I have to sneeze or cough or whatever, I'm quickly trying to get to the mute button on my headset. Well, it's very close to the plug-in to my USB port on the machine, and that has traditionally meant for years that it's on the floor, which means I need to bend over, which if I have head tracking on and forget to turn it off, which is almost always when I'm doing ATS, because that's the thing, like you see less of it and less of a problem in the other sims because it doesn't create a kind of a craziness on the screen. Like you might hear me stop talking, the chair squeak as I bend over, or whatever it is, before I can mute it, and then cough and clear my throat or whatever I need to do. But in the truck sims, a lot of times it's like I'm looking out the window, or because again, I'm looking down into the left and shifting, and it just causes problems. But I found a way, I hope, because this is the first video I'm recording this. Well, no, it's the second one, because my ETS video was done that way. Oh, speaking of, I really should edit that and put that up. Well, darn. So, let's see. Alright, so... Apologize, we're gonna have another break, but yeah, got the video edited and rendering. It's gonna take about 15 minutes or so. And then I have to upload it and publish it, so I'm gonna have another break. But hopefully, I know with the last one there will be a clean cut, because I literally stopped the other video because I'm like, I don't know how long it's gonna take. And for a while I was like, well, maybe I'll just wait and get it all done. But the problem is, again, I've got 15 minutes, which is about the time we've driven when I looked at the video that we've been here. Back on the Dalton highway, and so I'm like, well, if I can get 15 minutes further down the road, that'll be a wondrous thing. So hopefully I edited out the long pause and whatever else was happening, because I realized I didn't have Truckee up. That with all the switching and all of that, I had gone the other route. Of course, now I'm panicking, but now I'm pretty sure the reason I didn't have Truckee up is I had gone to OBS to start recording. Hey, we've got oncoming traffic. But yeah, it's getting a little hillier here. But yeah, we're 232. But yeah, that was my thing. I'm like, if I don't see where we're at, that won't be fun. So, would like to see that. But yeah, we're getting up the hills, which is not great. So yeah, we'd fallen down to 47, so not a huge fall, but, you know, obviously time will increase substantially if, you know, we're not able to do some, to keep it 50, so in theory we're down below 6 hours, but that would be nice, but just don't know if that's true or not. Now we get a little bit of downhill. I mean, we're kind of trying to skirt that big mountain range there, so maybe it'll stay this way and it won't be crazy, because I'm assuming, like, at this point we're kind of out of the Canadian Rockies a little bit, and maybe there's a bit of flatness. Maybe it's all flat all the way up to Dead Horse. I don't know. I'm trying not to make it be like just driving, but I don't know. Like, I'm having to continually mute and clear my throat, and 6 hours of this is probably not going to be great. So, we'll see. Well, we're still maintaining 50. I was just getting a drink, trying to wet my whistle, as they used to say. That is a saying I haven't heard in a long time. You may have never heard it, depending on how young you are. I don't know. I don't think it's something in use. You know, even being a little bit out in the rural areas now down south, I've not heard anyone say that. Not really been in a position that they would be saying that, but I don't know. It's not like if I go back and think into my childhood that I heard it like every week or something. I mean, in real life, I probably have never heard it. Just, it's been on, you know, shows or whatever that a character has said something, or in some Western. So, I don't even know if it was really a phrase in popular culture. Uh-oh, we're catching stuff now. I don't want to slow down around this turn. I probably won't need to. Nope, it's slowing down on its own. Yay for me, not really. Alright, well, if we come up on him, I mean, it's been pretty quiet, so that is the nice thing, I suppose, is traffic has dwindled. So as long as it's still a double line and whatever, and we can safely go around them, I'm sure that is what I will do. But yeah, it'd be nice to get this done. I'm hoping it'll work. I'm worried I'm going to have all this material, and then for one reason or another, I mean, I think I have a plan, because the first hurdle is we'll actually have enough space, because obviously when you're rendering and putting it together, it's building another gigantic file. The thing I've never really paid attention to, because frankly I didn't need to, is does the file size stay about the same? So let's say I have 100 gig of recordings that I need to render, and, you know, I don't cut a bunch out or whatever. I mean, I'm sure I'll cut some things. See, like now, I can't. This is, oh boy. I see oh, what's a 40? That looked like a crazy, like, 20-mile-an-hour turn. I'm like, I need to slow down here. But no, I don't. Alright, now it's going to take another 10 miles to catch this guy. Yeah, there's no way this is a... What? What did I hit? Trailer damage, 33%. Lovely. I must have hit the little orange posts, because again, I do have a wide load. I do have to remember that, because honestly, I haven't been traveling, and yeah, I didn't move over that much when the other car passed me, but then, yeah, I do have to give myself some space because of that. But, yeah, it was like, oh, I have a double yellow line, now I'm coming up on them, and I got this giant curve. That was unexpected, I will tell you that. I'm like, what is happening? Alright, the good news is I see no mountains in front of us, so maybe we'll have some semi-flatness as we go, which is great. Because at this point, as I think I've alluded to, the pipeline's off on the left, so it's returned. But as I've alluded to before, this is interesting. I don't think I'll ever do it again, because it's long, and it's dull. I get it's dull. But you, hopefully, just like me, are like, I want to see it once. So hopefully... Man, it would be awesome if I could get a few people that watched all of it. I don't expect you to watch it all in one sitting. After all, I didn't make it all in one sitting. But hey, you know, give me 12 hours of view time or whatever it is. Be forever grateful. If you haven't liked or subscribed, I may have asked already in this thing. I'll probably ask again. But it's long enough that who knows when people pop in, so hey, maybe you'll catch it, and you'll be like, yeah, I'll like and subscribe to this goofball who did the whole Dalton Highway and recorded the whole thing. You know, because there are several one-to-one maps being worked or whatever. There's the Grand Utopia thing. I'm trying to figure out if and when I want to, you know, I have an interest to some degree, and I think it'd be more like something like those created maps, and again, the Busy and Broke guy who's created the GDC mod, they're working on one. Sarisia, I think, is what it's called. And so I'm kind of like waiting for that, but I don't know how long that's going to take, because that seems like that's just going to potentially grow and be being worked on for years, but they're basically sounding like they're getting close to the initial release, and it's kind of, you know, whether it's a province or whatever, like they're building a bunch of lore around it. I don't like this because I can't see the hill, but once I get over, like I really do need to get past this guy. It's just where I don't like this, because oh my, there's two people in front of... Somebody's moving up here? Are you people crazy? But yeah, this is not foggy right now, so I can see. Well, now I do need to take a look, because I can't see my mirror. Alright. Also, I'm glad I didn't hit him on the way over, because once again, I keep forgetting I have a really wide load. So is this guy... See, I'm wondering if it's a car and a truck, or is the... No, I think it's a car and a truck. I'm like, or is the car and the truck... Is the truck towing the car? That's what I can't get out in normal English sentences. Because he kind of looks like he's up in the air a little bit. I don't know, I'm still, like, torn. No, they're clearly separate. Now we can... Okay, so it's... Alright, now I get what I'm seeing. It's like one of those utility truck things. Alright, so we'll free up our head again. Of course, I was turned a little sideways now, so I have to stay a little sideways to see straight. Come on. I kind of have to pass these guys together. Like, usually once I get close, he'll slow down. He's gonna make a liar out of me. What are you doing, dude? You are awful. Like, you're really gonna do this to me? And I feel like I want to hit you now. Alright. Please, 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 Mr. Pringles. Give me a dream. Ooh, I got really close. I'm sure I just scared the bejesus out of him, and he moved over. Now, hopefully we have tens, if not dozens, of miles before we pass anything else. I'm slightly tempted to go up to 55, but I I think I'm just tempting fate. Again, we talked about the last thing I want to do here is have an accident or something. Alright, so it's because it's 281. I'm like, what changed? Because everything else is not where it needs to be. And again, maybe when we get under 200 gallons, you know, and it goes to 1, you know, 190, whatever, maybe that little bit will be enough, but I'm not holding my breath. And it's also probably going to take an hour before we get there. Well, we're at 200, but... And again, we had 201, so that's the thing. We went from a 1 to a 0. That may have been enough to push it, but we also had 281, so we had like 2 ones involved in the line together. But once we get to 199, we'll then have a permanent 1 for a little bit, which should be nice. So we'll see. But no, this has been a good move along. I like it. I like the fact that we're clipping along at a good pace here. Because that's the only way that this is going to become bearable. If it suddenly turns into another 10 hours, like, I don't know that I have that in me today. I mean, I was hoping I had less than what I have, as it is. Like, whoa, 6 hours? I'm like, I knew we were past halfway, and it's supposed to be like 10 or 12 hours, so... Like, maybe I got 5, 4. Wishful thinking. So yeah, I think it tells me real time, and so it's basically saying 15:21, which would be 3:21. I mean, I've got some meetings that I have to attend. I've got some other things that need to happen, so... And I can't... It's not like a flight simulator where I can put on autopilot and just let it go. So, it's going to be interesting. I'm hoping there's one meeting that will get canceled. That would give me an hour back. But yeah, there's another meeting that just got moved yesterday to the slot today, so I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. Alright, well, I apologize, because I can be certain that clearing my throat was caught there, because I realized I had muted, and I stopped, and I'm like, I am never going to remember to edit that out, so... And if someone hears it, comment, because I'll be amazed that in this, whatever it is, 12, 13-hour video, that you happen to listen to the 2 seconds where I cleared my throat with 220 plus miles to go. But yeah, I've just kind of been like, I'm just driving, I'll just do what I need to do. But yes, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, because the good news is, I think as long as the pipeline is near us, it bodes well, because, yeah, I think they try to make the pipelines, obviously, kind of level-ish. I mean, obviously they can't, like, perpetually be going downhill or something, because they go for hundreds of miles, but, oh boy. This isn't a good sign, because you know what this usually turns into. But we'll see. So usually once we're off paved roads, it's like just a matter of time till the terrain comes and bites us. Right now we're just down to 49, 48, but yeah, we're obviously going up enough that I can't maintain my speed. So, good and straight. We are now past the point of the video delay thingies, so we are now good to go. Just the last minute paranoid check of did I really start recording? Because man, I would be so disappointed if the news I had for you at the end is, well, I forgot to hit record for the last 5 hours. It won't be 5 hours. It'll be, let's see, at most 2.5 in this sitting, because then the video comes up, and I'll probably break a little bit earlier to eat and whatever, so this will probably be 2 hours. Now again, I can't promise that this won't get lost, and if it does, obviously you won't even hear me say this, but like if somehow we had a system crash or whatever, like the video ends up being corrupted because it wasn't closed and cleaned up properly, we're definitely getting hillier. Because yeah, I can already see the going down. I could see the slope ahead of me when we went. So yeah, I'm a little worried. Now again, we've added 5 minutes with all of that. It's now 15:26. But I really need it to be done before 1700 today for me to be able to get this done. Alright, so 199 has appeared. And the bar comes up. Maybe the Truckee bar will just stay at one level now. That would be awesome. Because I would imagine we're not even going to get below 100 gallons left. I don't know, though. I mean, but that would be... I'd be making less than 2 miles to the gallon. I don't think a truck is that bad. I would think 3 or 4, maybe, even on the hills. But I would think it's pretty solid that way. Right. Interesting. I mean, he's still going uphill, I think, but at least it feels like we are, but maybe I'm crazy. Alright, but we're... I'd say we're definitely going uphill, but it's good that it leveled out enough that we can, again, kind of do what we need to do. But yeah, I know I talked about this in other videos, is like that I've always kind of had in my head, like, driving this one day, but I think the only way I could do that is I would have to say I'm renting a car. I don't know that I'd want to beat my own car up enough to take it on all these roads, and what I'm sure is going to drive your suspension crazy and all that. I'll do the wear and tear on someone else's vehicle. Crazy. But I know if we go, you know, and can maintain close to 50, like, the time does creep down. I have seen that happen. So, I'm trying to think, because, yeah, once we get to 300 or 400, like, yeah, the miles we've done on the far right, oh, and you can see there we go, we have our answer, 4.7 miles per gallon. So, yes, that should mean I'm using, let's say I do 4, like, I should use less than 70 gallons to get there. Unless suddenly our miles per gallon really starts to stink. But I would think by now it's pretty established. Like, I can't imagine it moves a lot, and that it moves quickly. But yeah, I do have to kind of keep in the back of my mind if we happen upon, because there were some, I think, rest areas along the way early on. Now the thing is, like, if I'm, you know, within an hour or so, although I don't know, maybe I still would, because then we could arrive in daylight. So yeah, probably whenever we see it, because like I said, it gave me till Thursday in the game time to arrive, and we're still here on Monday, is what I saw when I went in, so... And honestly, I don't know that I care how much I get paid or whatever, or if I lose something for being late anyway, because it's not like I'm going to keep working this profile. But yeah, my hope is, going back to a discussion I had a little while ago about one-to-one maps. You know, there's Grand Utopia out there. Cericia's being worked. You know, so there's a couple things that exist that, or that are going to exist, because Cericia is not out yet. That I think a created one-to-one map, that like that was what they did. They didn't just give you a one-to-one route, but they're doing like a whole area. Would be a little bit more interesting to drive, because at that point it's like, you know, why not? Oh, well, unbelievable. So something... I'm trying, it's got to be something in the back half of the bar, but I don't know what else changes other than the miles, and we were already at like 288, so it's not going to get any bigger. I mean, it looks like the 4 point whatever is rounded on top now, so we're either at 0.6 or 0.8, but the 7 is already wide. It's not like... the only thin number is a 1. Oh well. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I can keep you informed, and I just... You know, and like I said, I don't know if it's the special transport banner, because I think it... Hey, whoop. Let's move on over. It happens with other things. So yeah, another police officer. At least I remembered to mute there. Goodness gracious, it's like traffic jam land here. What the heck? Alright. Oh my gosh! What is happening? I don't like this. I don't want all this. Oh my god, a wide load and a wide load passing each other? That is insane. I think we're climbing. Yep, we're slowing down. Hopefully we have some good momentum, though. And that's why it's all important to, like, just pass at full speed. Like, slowing down to pass... It's just going to be a death knell. I mean, it's going to turn that climb into, like, minutes. If I'm, like, starting from 20 or something. Because I'm never going to accelerate up that hill, no matter what gear I'm in, I don't think. Could be wrong, but probably not. But yeah, it would be nice to be able to do it in daylight a little bit, but once again, we talked about this. It's trees and trees and trees. But yeah, so the thing I don't know, but that's why, you know, I'd be willing to try it, is, like, am I going to get a 200-mile load in a one-to-one map? Or are the loads a little bit like, all right, I'm going to give you 50 miles because that's still going to take you over an hour? I don't know. Oh, I thought that was another truck coming, but that's a sign. A river? Probably, yeah, it's a bridge. A river of some sort that we're never going to be able to read. Yeah, it's too fast. But, again, I can't slow down. I need to keep moving. Alright, a big sweeping turn. At least now we're back. Yeah, because the dollars don't change. Now, the problem is if I get damage up to 10%, Like, we're never going to see the bar again. It's at 9% now for the truck, or the load. If that goes to 10, which it may just from bouncing. Now again, we're not rounded on miles per gallon again, so maybe it going to 6 or 8 was enough to cause a problem. I don't know. Because, yeah, there's just not anything else that's small enough for going to change. Like, the job number's the job number. The locations are the locations. The load is the load, and it's going to weigh the same. It's not going to evaporate or anything. Amount we're getting paid is the amount we're getting paid. So, yeah, it's the damage to the load. You know, and again, the damage to the other items. I mean, the one is 100%, so like I said, I just don't know if we're going to get clobbered. You know, because the gears change, obviously. You know, and like I said, the 946, even if it goes, when it gets down to 800 or 700, like, yeah, it'll change here and there, but it's not going to be enough to really matter, so I don't know. There's not much else to talk about. We're on a dirt road through Alaska. And something changed. Now I can see it's 4.7. So something else changed, you know, and again, is it 945? Is the 5 wider than the 4 enough? I don't know. So, I mean, we'll see when that goes to 944. Because, I mean, you would think the 6 and the 5 are the same width. And, like, now it came back. And now it's 4.8, so we know it's not the 0.8 alone. I just love to get back on pavement again. Just makes me less nervous, because A, I know I will have better traction, so that will help, but it also is less likely that the paved roads are going through really uncomfortable areas. And it went down again. It seemed like it downshifted, but I think something with a D, river. So the bridge is paved, but that doesn't matter. Definitely coming up on a big hill here. And it's turning, so it may continue to climb, because I'm like, it doesn't look like it's going to go on for too long. No, it won't. Cool. Because, man, that went from 46 to 40 in a heartbeat. And once again, like, coming out of a river, it would be entirely reasonable that we'd go up. Because the river's going to be at a low point. See a climb again. I mean, so far it's been reasonable. Because, yeah, as long as I'm not getting down to 15 or 20 or slower, like, those are the ones that are awful. Now, do I expect that that's not going to happen again before we get there? No. I'm sure there's some crazy climb somewhere else that we're approaching. But that's part of why I'm taking the journey, is, you know, I don't really know. And again, how accurate were they? We've talked about that before. We've talked about everything. I mean, at this point, we're almost 300 miles into this trip. I'm sure it's like 7 hours. into the video. There's a lot of stuff that's happened. Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple milestones. We're going to hit 300 miles done in less than 3 miles, and we're going to hit less than 200 miles to go in less than 10 miles. So some big milestones there, which are cool. Because, yeah, like I said, it shakes the wheel a lot with the force feedback. It's noisier in general. There's just nothing to like about the gravel roads. I mean, I'm being brutally honest. That's all you can do here on these kind of videos and hauls. Sometimes, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm feeling down, but it's got nothing to do with what's happening on screen, so I'll pretend I'm in a good mood and do my best. But no, my mood is just the overwhelming nature of what is in front of me still. It's crazy. Oh boy. Oh, it seemed like we had slowed down a lot more. I mean, I think it shifted gears. It sounded, I mean, something changed. But we're still up there in the upper 40s, which is awesome. And we've cut 2 minutes off of our distance right now. But I need to cut off like an hour and a half before it really matters. Oh, sorry, yes, I'm checking some things, making sure there's no email or anything I need to respond to. There is not. Which is good, because otherwise there's more time away from here. Like I said, my hope was, obviously it didn't happen. I had talked at some point on this. Oh, maybe I'll get it done before Thanksgiving. I think that was like when I had a week left before. Didn't happen. I mean, come hell or high water, this is going to be done before Christmas, because we've still got a week and a half till Christmas time, and like I said, I don't know that I'm going to do much beyond today, so it really kind of comes down to how far I get. Now again, if I'm close and I've tried and I haven't had some really unexpected thing that took a ton of time away, because again, there's some flight sim stuff I need to spend a lot of time with, but I just made the decision, like, I need to get this done. I need to get this off the plate. And so I'm going to devote this time and then hope I can find time later in the week for the other things. Good news is I played 2 rounds of TGC. The first round post... Oh my god. Just get up there. Whew. Alright, down to 30. Oh my. We're not going to speed up that much, and there's another climb. We might be getting into some nastiness here, that's for sure. I mean, this isn't as steep as that was, but... Alright, well, we got to 47. I'm surprised. So, we might do okay here. I mean, we're not seeing any, like, giant mountains in front of us, but... or anywhere. But, again, I'm not looking off to the sides as much, but... Alright. Looks like we're staying in the 40s at least. I was going to say we're staying in the upper 40s because we were kind of at 46 and then we just lost a couple. I'm pretty sure we're at 300 on what we've got behind us by now. But I can't see. But yeah, I kind of see the tops of the numbers and it does look like 00. So yeah, I think we're there. Yep, 301. There we go. Awesome. And the going to 301 is why it appeared. Then as it goes to 302, I'm sure it'll disappear again. But And then we have about 4 miles to get to less than 200 to go. Now, the pipeline's still next to me, so my theory of if the pipeline is there, it's probably smoother. Now, I don't know where else the pipeline would go where it would be more level that they wouldn't bring the load with, so I don't know. I'm sure that whole thought train was stupid, but... Alright. We got to be coming up on 302, so be prepared for it to go away. Oh wow, I'm impressed. So like I said, I don't know what there's got to be 2 things that are changing that are enough to bounce things down. I mean, unless, like, 5, 6, whatever it is just wide enough. Like, somehow it's a few pixels wider than the other options. I don't know. Alright, well, I'm still grateful that we're moving along at a good pace. You know, obviously just a lot of emptiness, which is what we had, because we had that segment in the center where we suddenly, you know, just before we got to Coldfoot, and again, my intent was, oh, Coldfoot's like the midpoint where they said you can get fuel. Well, I guess you can when you're not a special transport, but yeah, I was going to pull off, and I knew it would be challenging to maybe park there with what I had, but then it was like, nope, you left the road. You're gonna fail if you do this. Obviously, that would have been disastrous, but we were able to go back. Sorry, barely got to the button in time on that one. So yeah, my coughing's definitely getting worse. And then this happens sometimes. It leads to a sneeze. So sorry for that. There may be another. I'm kind of like everyone. It's usually not one. I'm not feeling it immediately, or I just probably would have stayed muted. So I don't know. I may go silent for a while just to give my voice a rest, because yeah, there's no way I can do this for another 5 hours, and I don't have much to say. So we'll probably do that. All right, back down to the bottom. I'll stick with you till we're officially below 200, where it's 199 to go. So that's a little ways yet. Not too far, but at 39 miles an hour, it's going to be further than at 50. My goodness. Yeah, it looks like we keep climbing around the turn. Man, I want pavement and flat again. That was so nice. But I think we moved along a decent amount. I think I was at 240 or something when I started this, so we might have put 40 miles behind us since I've sat down here. Alright, 305. I don't know. I don't know what's causing it to flop around. Something is. So I'm assuming we're going to be at 307 or so before we get to that fully safely under 200. I mean, really, once it shows 200 to go, we know we're under 200. It's just not down. So I'm just going to make sure that we get to 199, and then we'll call it official. We're definitely going up more than down right now. So we are certainly climbing in general. But, oh boy. Just don't get me into the 20s. Oh, I don't like... Sometimes those sharp turns just continue. Like, that was that worst hill I had in the beginning. Wow, we did get down to 21 that I saw, so that is crazy. We are accelerating a bit in 12th gear. Alright, a little down, then more up. Oh, probably about even. But yeah, hopefully it'll get enough speed. Alright, it would not get up to 50, but it's up to something. If it can hang here... sorry, it went down 1. And now we're showing 306, and we haven't vanished. So, just interesting. There is some combination. Alright, we've made it. 199. So, I'm gonna go quiet for a little bit. If I see something, whatever, I'll come off mute. But for now, just gonna drive. Can you believe it? I guess it's raining again. I don't remember it raining, but I did not turn on my wipers and they're going. So, welcome to rain, I guess, again. Alright, I was planning on popping in at like 175 to go, but I don't know what changing lane maneuver means. So I guess we're gonna experience this together. Oh, lovely. Well, this is a climb here. So this is where we'd have pulling, but we, again, can't use it, so... So we'll see how this goes. Bad news is I hadn't talked for a bit, and that little bit got a cough back, so... Alright, well, and we saw a sign a moment ago, don't know if you caught it, that said entering North Slope Borough. So I'm assuming this is the North Slope. Oh boy, 22... Man. Please don't get me one. I don't even remember how to move the truck anymore. I'd have to look that up again. I really would prefer not to have to do that. It doesn't look like it's crazy. I mean, I think some of it is why there's the little moving around. Let's see. Yeah, we got heck of a thing there. We're sticking at 19. Well, we were, but we did downshift, so... Oh yeah, we will lose some shifting down, but hopefully it won't. Because, yeah, it looks like we're going up, and then, again, is it... We're going to cross that line, so does that put me at the top point where it would have, like, hauled us to? Or is that just part of the way? Because, yeah, we can't see anything here. I mean, the good news is maybe this is like a continental divide again. You may have also not seen, like, I changed the map at some point, or looked at the map, and so we were coming up on, I think, Chandler, and then Pump Station 4, and then I think it was, like, Galbraith Airport. I don't think we're going to discover the airport, but we might discover the other two. Again, which is just interesting, not crucial. Alright, we're back to 19. It's saved, which is good. No, it's just crossing the road there. So I think we continue to climb, but it still looks like we're... Wow, now we're at 14. Alright, now we're down to 6th gear. I mean, again, we've been moving at 1 mile an hour before. It doesn't mean I want to do that again, because yes, we are losing time now. We've gained a minute to our overall result. Oh boy, 9. Please, nobody come through here. Alright, we're sticking at 9. That's... Well, we were. Alright, then we make a sharp turn, and again, maybe that gets us between the mountains. Oh my goodness. I'm glad it stopped raining, because I think that would make it worse. Oh boy. Down to 5. And down to 3. It jumped back to 4. But now we're at lowest gear, so if we can't haul with this, we're in trouble. Oh, now we're gonna... Come on, don't go up. Don't go up gears, just be happy. I mean, I get the concept and all, but... I mean, because yes, it's revving up there again. Alright, we're speeding up a bit, so maybe we've gotten past the worst part. I hope. Because, man, if it jacks up at some point around the turn or something, we're in trouble. Yeah, now we've added 2 more minutes. Now we're back to 15:24. We were down to 15:21. Yeah, that's a ways up there, that's for sure. So that's kind of a cool view, though. So that's where the head tracking is good. Yeah, it's what's beyond the curve. Is it more climbing? Or, again, we're obviously... they're not towering up above us as much as they were. We just dropped to 5. So, not a fan. Up to 6 again. Definitely the revving is not changing. So yeah, at one point, I think I ran off the road during the quiet time too, and I did 1% of damage to the, whatever, the first trailer. I don't know if it's the first or the second, but maybe that made it permanently visible now because we got rid of that 0, so it's a thinner number. So as long as I don't crash into anything else, that's kind of what I've had in my head. Like, hey, if I can just keep this, we'll be good. Because, I mean, I can half joke, like, well, if I can do 1% damage to, well, or any damage to the other pieces, because then it would drop to 99, and then the other one would go from 0 to 1. But, yeah, that's not the goal. But, yeah, I took my Kenworth from 0% damage to 3, because I had to look at something, and as I turned, I think I had the stupid idea of, well, I can do my stuff on the tablet while I drive, and obviously distracted driving doesn't work in Sims either. I think I ended up actually hitting an arrow key as I put the thing down, and I think that in essence just jerked my wheel all the way to the left, and suddenly I was hitting the signs on the other side. Now, luckily, it wasn't somewhere like something like this. Oh, it's hopeful here. It's hopeful. This may be the passing over the ridge. I mean, again, then we're going to go down the other side at 80 or whatever, and it'll be crazy. But, yeah, a nice sharp turn here. But, yeah, I don't see anything continuing up, so I'm hopeful. Now, it's really weird that it's just straight, because normally you wouldn't go down a slope that way. Alright, well, it thinks it's speeding up. But yeah. We're not climbing for a bit, so obviously any increases in speed we can get, it's at 15:26 now, so yeah, we lost at least 5 minutes there. Again, maybe we can get it back. Now we're at 178 to go, so yes, I'm not just going to suddenly appear at 175, but because first I was like, yeah, I'll wait till 150, but I'm like, man, this is taking a long time, as I kind of knew it would, but alright, so I'm guessing this is where we would have dropped off then. What the heck is happening there? They have him stopped, but they're almost in the wrong place. I don't like this at all. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, well, we'll go way over to try to make sure that we're past them. We are. Alright, wow, we're up to 40. I feel like I'm flying, but now it's 15:27, so yeah, even with that, we lost enough. So yeah, the question is, was that the north slope, and now we're like on a whole other level? Because yeah, we're flat here. I thought we were going to cross a ridge and go down, but no, we just were climbing some crazy amount, and then it probably wasn't honestly that crazy. It was probably like 1,000 feet, if even. But now, in theory, we're up here. Because, yeah, we're just going straight. Alright. So I think it's pretty calm. I was like, oh, if we're going to have a crazy descent, I'll stick with you. But, I mean, it's possible we stay up on this little plateau. But, yeah, I think it's just not drawing in, because now you can see the mountain on the left, kind of. So I think we're just up to a new flat area, which is great. If we just get off gravel, it'd be even better. But I'm going to shut up for a bit again. Well, there's a rest stop. So we'll see if it's on the road. Probably isn't, because it's probably just the thing that lets you climb. So apologize for that. Had to respond to a work colleague. But yeah, was popping on here for what I said. Now, it looks like we're going to climb again, which sucks. I was really hoping we were going down. Yes, with the weather, we're not needing to chain up. Man, I need a rest stop, not tow area. But yeah, as you saw on the map, lots of curves. So we're gonna get up here. Good luck to us. Alright, so another one of these awful spots. We knew they'd be here. hopeful once we get around this turn and straighten out, it looks like it levels out a bit more. I could be crazy. I don't know. well, have we entered the I think I can part of the slope? Suddenly we're up to 5th gear, 8 miles an hour. I don't know. I always worry that he's cycling through the gears too quickly. I mean, that does appear to be the top up there, but it's crazy to think we're moving 8 times as fast as we were around that bottom curve. But hopefully, once we're up here, again, now this is a pass, so I'm guessing we go down the other side just as crazy. But they just needed to climb through somewhere, and this was, you know, their best option. See, now we're down to 3, so we may be in trouble again. See if I need to throw the differential on if we go down to 2. That's kind of my sign usually. Yep, alright. So we'll shut up again and see. Thought we were there, but I guess not. hopeful. Like, it looks like there's a pass, but I'm not sure because I can't see really far around this turn. Like, is the guardrail vanishing just because it's turning away? But I also don't see a roadway, so maybe that's the top. It's gonna take us 10 minutes to get there, but maybe that's the top. Sadly, it looks like it may keep climbing. Ay, ay, ay. This is a pass. Alright, I think I'm brave enough to say that's a rest area. The question is, am I brave enough to think I can stop there and get moving again? I'm hoping that's like at a point where you can do that, but that does definitely look blue and bed-like. So that would be great to be able to have daytime, and it would be even greater to say, hey, we make that 90-degree turn and we're going downhill. But clearly, like, we went, I was like, oh, we're up to 20, we're good, we're gonna go, and then again. So it's hope against hope a little bit, but we'll see. Don't know how long it'll take us to get up this hill, but you'll see in a bit too. We've almost added an hour to our finish time now. So this has been the climb. Man, if there's more of these, I don't know that I can get this done today. I mean, at this point, it's already pushing it, but wow. Okay, we're also seeing a yellow sign, which would be a grade sign. So that is a good sign. It shows that should be the crest. So makes me a little braver to stop there. I'm thinking this next yellow line is going to take us to the second orange pole. So we'll see, you know, what the road discovery does. But yeah, we finally dropped from 4.8 miles per gallon to 4.7, which is kind of crazy. In theory, we've used a gallon of gas on this climb, which isn't right, but I mean, if you think about how hard this motor's been going, but hey, I'll take it, because that's what we need, but it's still going to take many, many minutes to get there, so we'll see what we can do. But if I can rest, I may take a break there, because we're close enough now to my 2-hour mark. We're coming right up on it, and then we'll eat lunch. I'll have my meeting. The other meeting was removed, so that does give me an hour back, which is good because I've just spent it climbing the Antiguan Pass here. You know, it's showing 16:17. We get to 16:21, which we will. That will be an hour from the best time we had. We get 10 more minutes on. It'll be an hour from kind of the worst time we had, so this has absolutely added an hour. We have too many more of these, it's gonna get bad, but it does seem like every 60 or 70 miles there is just some insane climb. The good news is we've kept moving. So, oh, we're up to 2 miles an hour for a brief second, so you know, there might be a bit of a crest here. You know, we might have a second wind and somehow get moving. There's 2 again. But, you know, I don't know if it's to cool the engine. I don't know why it kind of goes back down, but it does, so. But, we'll see you when we get to the rest area, hopefully. I just don't like the fact that it's not, like, clearly marked on the map. It's like it's floating in the middle of nowhere. That would be awful if I like fell off the map. I mean, again, it's been saving so I can restore back, but craziness. Alright, so I was just trying to take a look. It clearly is a area, so it's gonna, again, probably take 5 minutes to get to it, but it does look like it's flattening out and then going down, so we're definitely gonna take advantage of it. Hopefully I can find the trigger point. Now, the biggest issue is going to become, you know, is it going to give me some argument with the special transport thing? I really want to kind of see another save point here, frankly. Because if I pull off, is it going to be like, oh, you've left the route, and then, you know, it becomes something else. It's also funny how I just clear the top and now it thinks it's okay here. Whoops. That was bad. Oh, come on. That is awful. So I can't get... Lovely. Alright, I'm back. I think I was muted when I pulled in here. So I was saying, yay, we're gonna go to sleep, and now we can drive during the day. So... And more importantly, yes, it looks like we can get through here. I assume it will shortly turn off, but the nicest thing is, yes, that it's daytime, whatever. I'm like, why is that not going away? Alright. I guess I should have looked. Luckily nothing ran into us. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just drive this. Whoops. So, yeah, I'm not sure how much I had muted later. I basically had to come back in and, because once I crested the hill and started speeding up, I panicked and I hit the brake, but the back end of the truck wasn't over the hill, and basically I got pulled down. Hold on. Alright. Didn't have my truckie up again, because this is after the lunch break that I talked about last time in the meeting. So I'm done with that. My goodness. Yeah, this other side would be just as bad. So it's things like this. Like I said, doing it once is one thing, but suffering this agony a second or third time, I'd just have to be pretty miserable. I mean, again, maybe if I hauled a load of feathers, it might be doable. But clearly even this 48,000 pounds is insane. Alright, so we're just about down here. So yeah, because right now I think it's going to take too long for me to finish, because I basically ended up, between everything, taking, you know, having to take like a 2-hour break. Avalanche area. Okay. So I think we go down here, and then it looks like we curl around inside the valley, but see, like, you can see the map, like, that's not a lake in the middle. That's just lack of scenery. So they just didn't draw grass in there. And then, at least I'm pretty sure. Maybe. They'll probably say it's a lake. I don't want to hit things, so it's probably not worth worrying about. We'll see if we get a better view down here, but I think it's just the non-existence of somewhere. Yeah, I think this would be that 1%, or that 1 mile per hour, literally the entire way up what I just did. And maybe that is how far we went before. But yeah, I'm thinking... I mean, I don't know. Well, I guess it looks like grass, so maybe they threw grass in there. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm wrong. Right. So we'll go up here, and now we'll put it on. And we'll, in theory, be good to go. So that was a couple miles down. And the question is, can I make it? I just don't know. So yeah, this is all grass, so... It looked like it was just bad, really bad map design. Now, yeah, they're blocking that, I guess, from the standpoint of I kind of need to go everywhere to, or kind of need to drive everywhere to let it all work. So I hit one of the poles again. See, this is gonna suck because, like, now I can't move over a lot, and alright. I didn't really want to slow down, but with that guardrail there and someone coming, it was bad. So that'll be the one bad thing with, you know, being out here is, in the daylight, is now, yeah, we can see, but there's probably more traffic. I don't remember if I'm running real traffic on this series or not. I probably just left it in there, so I probably am. But, anyway, we'll hop over there. The question is, yeah, how long... Yeah, this is weird, because it looks like we went, like, really fast, because I swear I had 178 miles to go, and now I have 167. It's like I just went 10 miles, but clearly that would be wrong. Maybe I had 170 and it was 168. I don't know. It don't matter, but at this point... Yeah, we're moving along. We're going 70 because we're downhill. Looks like we're kind of running along the ridge. We're going to go down, but then back up. So, I know we're catching something. So yeah, there's a few vehicles there. We'll see how this all goes, but I'm thinking we're going to go back uphill and slow down again. But I do like the fact that we're moving again. But yeah, right now it's telling me 1802, which is going to be 602, which is far too late. So I don't know. We'll see. So yes, we're down to 55. We'll be at 50 shortly, and we will tend to pass things that way. I just need to make sure nothing's coming. And of course, we've got... Oh, see, that was like another push truck the other way, to go the other way. And that's the thing, maybe doing this with the push trucks would be okay. Like, it would be better. I don't know. But that was a crazy ridge, I will tell you that. It was an absolute crazy thing. I don't want any more of those. I want that to be the end. So I'm gonna hope. I can't see what's potentially coming. Alright. So, again, let me see if I'm clear. I am. Alright, now there is something coming. Because right now, yeah, we're just going out amongst all the mountains. Like, this is awesome. This is great. And I don't think we've reached Pump Station 4 yet, or that airport I talked about. So those things are still a little ways away. But yeah, at this point, I should be able to put 3 hours in. It's a long time. I might, again, kind of get sick of it, but in theory, I have that ability. 3.5, and then I'll be maybe 30 minutes away. I mean, because I am gaining time, which is good. Because I think I went from 1808 or something to 1801, so I've gained 7 minutes. But once again, all I need to do is hit another one of those stupid mountain things, because right now we're in between 2 mountain ranges. So that is not good. Because at some point we probably need to get out of them or over them, and then we'll have to climb again. But hopefully we're just going with them, and we'll just go around them. Because yes, I think the mountain range on the right is my problem. Like, we'd normally keep heading north, and I don't think we're going straight north. I can't really tell which way we're going. You know, and it's possible they don't have pavement up here just because it's so far north it would constantly be frozen and cracking, and like potholes would be worse than gravel. So, I mean, so in theory, like, it looks like we're headed out. You know, it's the thing I'll be worried about is if we have like a wall in front of us and no clear way out. But right now the valley's so wide, we've still got plenty of room. Alright, looks like we're going up. Oh, well, now it just popped another one on there, but we're still kind of going up and around, because that's the issue. Like, you can see it's drawing the mountain out. Now it just took it back for whatever reason. It's interesting how the draw distance works, but... And again, we're going to 58, so yeah, we're down to 8. Ooh, I don't like that grass, but they drove through it. Hopefully I won't have any problem, thank goodness. Like, I don't want to hit any invisible walls that destroy my vehicle. That would suck. So you can see, again, it's like drawing out that mountain the way we're going. And if it's like this the whole way, I don't care. That would be fine. Like, give me another 162 miles of this, but I don't think we're going to be so lucky. As I was saying before, I think it's like every 50 or 60 miles, so I'd assume between 125 and 100 miles, we're going to have another problem. But for now, nothing more to share other than thank goodness we got to rest. I like that. That's good. We're at 4.7 miles per gallon. We're still not back up to 4.8. I'm going to keep going along, but I'm going to be quiet. I can feel my throat going a little bit. And in case I have time later, I'd like to... I don't know what those little white things are. Are they like little lights? They are, if you look at the left. So these are like... I assume they're probably like solar lamps. I'm assuming they must exist on the highway. That is interesting, but anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself, and I'll come back again like I did when it's time for anything. All right, another milestone. Under 150 miles to go. We've gone 21 miles since we left the rest area, so we are chewing things up, which is awesome. So far, so good. I'm hoping it stays this way. I am beginning to wonder if we pass the other things, and I just don't think we have. And again, I mean, there's a pipeline there, so pump station 4 coming up would make sense. It just, yeah, I think we go southwest for a bit, and then hit that in the airport shortly after it. And then I think there's a turn, so I might pull up the map at that point, but we'll see. You know, again, I'll mute. Now, again, a little bit of a hill here. We're down to 30, so this is not great. Not what we want to be seeing. We just want to keep moving, man. It was so nice to be moving. So, I don't need bigger hills. I really don't. Because, yeah, we've made up 11 minutes in time. Now, obviously, that's going to change right now because we've slowed down. But I don't think it's going to go bad enough yet. I mean, we're still staying at 30. And I'm thinking we're going to head downhill at some point. I could be wrong, though, because it looks like we just keep going up. But we're up to 34. And obviously all that. The closer we get to 50, the smoother it'll be. Yeah, we never caught those other trucks. They kept pulling away from us, as you saw. But I'm gonna mute. Again, maybe I'll be back around, 124 to go. Or I'll hold off till 99 to go. Some of it's going to depend on, again, are we just going to plow along, or are we going to hit some crazy hill? And, do we see anything along the way? Alright, and just that quickly, speaking of something, there is pump station 4. So there it is. You can see the 4 on the map, but we'll have that, and then again the airport's pretty close after, so unless there's something really exciting about it, I don't even think we're going to see it. Like, again, I don't think we're going to discover this. It's too far away. The airport is close, but I don't know that it's going to be close enough to the road to discover either. Now, the one thing I'll pop in here and add is, I'm assuming some of this is the fact that they're trying to simulate being up in Alaska, but it was like 8:30 in the morning, and it's kind of darkish. I'm wondering if we're going to get like 2 hours of daylight. So we'll see. That's kind of what we had before, but hopefully not. So yeah, these increasing hills on the prairie, or whatever, not a fan. So we'll see, but yeah, we're hitting things again, which I'm not liking. But 126 miles to go. It's actually looking like 506 might be the total instead of 511. I don't know. We'll see. You know, obviously as we get closer, things might change a bit. We'll get the differential off before we have a problem, and then it tells us we need to slow down. But yeah, I'm hoping these bigger and bigger undulations aren't what we're constantly doing, but right now, obviously, we are, so we'll see. But yeah, I was gonna pop in at 124, but this is close enough, 126. You know, and again, we were going like 73 that one time, so hopefully, again, we'll do okay. We only got to 53. Half tempted to turn off the stupid engine braking, because I think that causes part of my problem. But hopefully we've got enough momentum to get up there. But I'll keep moving along. We're down to 125 now.
Go straight on.
Alright, so got another big milestone. We've made it 400 miles since we've left here. So getting ready to pass, and then we'll have another milestone in about 6 or 7 more miles. Well, we have Pump Station 3. So we're gonna try to get past him here, but yeah, that's Pump Station 3 up there. So that's a big accomplishment too. Alright, nobody else in front of us, I think. Well, maybe. There might be somebody up there.
Go straight on.
Alright, so the big milestone, we're under 100 miles. It says we've got 99 to go. So, you can see pipeline's just kind of meandering. I mean, the big thing is, yeah, since I've popped back in here and we've left that rest area, at this point I think we've gone about 70 miles. So, I've got a little... In theory, I've got an hour and 45 minutes that I can push this if I really go. I don't think, I mean, unless something goes... Because the thing that's odd is I'm going 50, so that's what concerns me. As I'm going 50, I have 99 miles. I mean, in theory, it should be less than 2 hours. But it's showing me 2 hours and 35 minutes. So I'm worried we're going to have some insane hill again, or some really slow areas, or I don't know. Like, those two things don't go together. So unless the speed limit goes way down at some point and it's no longer 50, you know, but I don't know. Yeah, I also don't understand why the pipeline like went, like, it turns that far and then... So it's intriguing, and I don't know. I'm assuming the road was here first. I could be wrong. And again, maybe it's the ground or something. Maybe there's some better structure underneath certain areas. But yeah, we've still hit some areas, but the good news is, you know, we've also gone 70 miles, where I was saying like every 50 or 60, and we'll get some crazy climb. Now that doesn't mean it's not just gonna show up right now, but man, if we can get down to less than 50 to go without any additional crazy climbs, I mean, these things we keep having, but you know, even if I get down into the 20s, a lot of times they're just getting down into the 30s here, as you can see, and we're able to maintain that. You know, it could change, but yeah, it is, if nothing else, it has stayed dark. So yeah, it's just interesting with the lighting. It's definitely not a really bright, a big bright light, but yeah, nothing to really say at this point. Let's look at the map, I guess. Alright, so we've got Happy Valley Airstrip, and then Pump Station 2C. I thought we were going north to Dead Horse, but we must have, like, cycled around. Alright, so Happy Valley Airstrip, Pump Station 2, and I think it took us roughly 40 miles or something, maybe 50, to go across the part of the map, so it's like that could be 50 miles to get to Pump Station 2, I don't know. I mean, we're clearly, obviously going to Dead Horse. I mean, that's what it's telling us. It seems like we're going in the opposite direction. And that's the thing, maybe we go south for a long way and then we swing north, but I swore when we came into Dead Horse we were going north for a good ways. So I just assumed we'd be doing that, but it's not what it shows. But again, Pump Station 2, and obviously something in between is what we'll be seeing, but it'll be many, many miles that we go along there, and hopefully we won't, you know, keep going at 40. We'll stay closer to 50. Make another request again. If you haven't liked or subscribed to the channel, please consider doing that. Lots of things come out, a lot of volume. I do understand there isn't necessarily that much variety as there used to be, but a lot of what I'm getting involved in is substantially more time consuming, and I wish I could share something that I was doing, but right now really can't. It's I guess a bit of a surprise. When I finally can, I'll certainly share some information, but it's not going to be as exciting as you might. I don't know, people think of really, they start speculating about all kinds of things. I'm not taking the channel in a new direction. It's not like a channel announcement or anything like that I'm working on, that I'm suddenly gonna, you know, do something different or whatever. So nothing like that. But anyway, well, let's keep going. Not gonna lie, the mountains popping out of nowhere, making me a little nervous. They look like they're coming on all sides, so... And I can see the road going up there, so this can get ugly really fast. I also did bump myself up to 55 just to get a little bit more speed, but I don't know that that's going to help much. And yeah, we've got Oh boy, we've got a push truck, so... Approach ice cut. Okay. Well... Hopefully it's literally just that, and we don't go beyond this, and it's just a big hill that it's gonna take, you know, it's gonna slow me down to nothing, but I hope we don't climb a lot. We'll find out. So I was a little worried because it did stop before it switched into first gear. I'm like, oh my goodness, really? Now, there's a rest area up there, which usually bodes flat ground. So yes, it might just be going up here, and it's just because it's a lot. So again, unfortunately, it might take us 15-20 minutes to get from here to there. I don't know. But it'll be what it'll be. Alright, so we just crested the hill, and on the horizon, Pump Station 2. I'm like, I know we're going to need to see the pipeline and all that. And it just, so I was expecting it to start running along. I was thinking it was going to be about 51 miles to go. We're currently at 57, I'm sure it's going to be that. We're not going to suddenly get to 56. It takes what seems like an eternity to get to places, so we'll see. But yeah, Pump Station 2. So we discovered that too. Because yeah, I don't know that we... I mean, I'm sure there's stuff that gets delivered there, like food or something, I don't know. So the question is, do we have... Now, I assume there's going to be a Pump Station 1 before we get there. So... yeah, it took a bit. No. Pump Station 1 is past it. See, so there's a few things, but Dead Horse. So we just keep going and get to Dead Horse. So that's it. So there is nothing... Or was I crazy? No, yeah, Pump Station 1 is past. So yeah, so we just go from here to Dead Horse. 57 miles. Hopefully, just like this. Again, it's telling me an hour and a half. So I don't understand. I mean, I'm going to be really close if everything keeps moving at 55. Now, we are climbing. We're slowing to 53. When I start getting close, and I probably mean 5 miles, you know, we'll see. Or if I run out of time and really can't. I mean, if I'm really close, like if I keep moving at 55 and I don't hit some crazy hill that slows me down for 30 minutes, I think I'm just going to push on and finish, because I'm going to be really close. Because I've got about 40 minutes right now. And, you know, at this pace, I should get within 15 miles. So, we'll see. You know, 20 miles for sure. It's hard to pass with a wide load and not hit one of those lights. So, a little more damage, but we're slowly getting there. Just noticed the speed limit's up to 55. I don't know when that changed, but I'm going to get moving at 60 if I can do that. Alright, we are getting close. It says 4 miles on Truckee. Let's see, we're at 5:01. And if you've been watching, you've seen we've just been in the field with the pipeline. Now the pipeline seems to have left us finally. Because again, I know pump station 1 is well past town. So again, I don't know. Like, we're seeing something over there. We're certainly not seeing 4 miles, so I don't know what that all is. But I figured at this point, and I did, because I'm like, these aren't really going by at the right pace, but I did run a stopwatch for a little bit at the end for like 3 or 4 miles, and while there was a fluctuation, yeah, it seemed reasonable. It was like 1:20, 1:05 per mile. Yeah, see, I'm wondering if we get some slower... Alright, well, there's Dead Horse discovered. But I wonder if we get some slower speed limit. I'm tempted not to slow down. We have 3 miles. Okay, so there's like a... something there, I don't know. No, I was like, are we done? But we're not, no. Right, and some truck dealer, I'm sure, is what this is. But yeah, so it's over here by Prudhoe Bay. Yeah, Western Star. Now that looks like a pump station, but pump station 1 is like past us. It says 30 miles an hour, so I'm gonna slow down because I don't need to crash here. I mean, that wasn't a 30. That doesn't mean this one isn't, though. So it's interesting that it's like taking us around some really odd distance here. Come on. So, what do I do now? Alright, so we go to the left. Oh, that looks like, yeah, there's not a road. There's a problem there, but maybe that's intentional. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's closed, so, okay. Yeah, this was a very odd little roundabout way of doing things, but whatever. Because, yeah, it's like way out there. We, like, went around this giant space, so I don't understand that, but it's crazy that there isn't anything paved yet. Maybe it'll, once we get in town. It says 2 miles. We obviously saw where we needed to go. Now, it said 2 miles before we went into that turn, because, yeah, now we're down to 1 mile. Again, nothing there. That's just for funds. And then we're gonna turn left. So...
Get ready to turn left.
Alright. So yeah, like, it's not that far.
Turn left.
I mean, I'm sure it's still a ways, but... Alright, so we have to turn left, and then ultimately we should be turning in somewhere. Or just parking somewhere. It's like we have another, maybe just a recruiting station. So, and if we were to buy a garage, it's gonna be right up here. Yeah, it's right there. Normal looking garage. Nothing special. I wouldn't have imagined that they would have done anything, but yeah. I assume that's Prudhoe Bay. So, we're here somewhere. Just don't know where. There's a gas station back around there. Oh, it's a Peterbilt dealer, so it's another truck dealer, which is kind of crazy. Oh, and a recruitment agency. I assume we'll discover the Peterbilt thing too. Yeah, there we go. That would be surprising if we had not. Sourdough Express. Interesting. We definitely got sent around here. An interesting way. But I assume we just... Yeah, we're going to turn left and go in there. But you can see how long that street is, even though it's like a little thing. It's not so little. So yeah, we're not technically turning, we're just getting sent over here, and there's the... I see the flag. Just, it's sometimes so difficult to park in these things. I'm half tempted to, like, go through the thing, but I don't know that I can.
Get ready to turn right.
I'm like, can I go through the parking lot and just get in there straight? I may go do this, though.
Get ready to turn left.
Alright, so is it there? Like, I don't understand if I'm going to the next place. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go this way and just stay over far away so I can make a nice...
And then turn right.
A nice big turn. Turn left and then turn right. What? You are not doing something crazy to me, are ya? Alright. Turn left. Come on. Is this gonna be something I can't park? I don't like this. Why can't it just be straight ahead? Because it's not. It's over to the side.
You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
I think I'm literally parked, like, diagonally here, so let's see. Let's see if we can make it work, hopefully. It would be disappointing if we could not. Come on. You're kidding me, right? Unbelievable. How is this not where I need to be? This would be annoying, like, to not get credit for this, and but I think that's what's going to happen. Is what's irritating as all get out, because it's not gonna give me credit. Come on. I am absolutely where I need to be. Because, yeah, I don't think there's any way... Yeah, there's no way to go around. Oh, this is so annoying. Because the question is, like, could I... And I don't think I can. I'm like, can I turn around and try it again? Is what I'm going to try to do. But I don't think I can. Because I can't... Well, can I go out that way? I didn't think I could, but maybe I can. Because if I can go out this way, it just doesn't seem like... No, that's not a big enough... That's not a big enough exit. Yeah, we're gonna run over these people unless it won't let me. It's kind of not going to, so I'm probably stuck. I can't believe it. Well... So, let me...
Okay, here we go.
Alright. So, let me try this again this way. So, I think what I'm
Turn
gonna
left.
need to do is, I'm gonna do this from the top, but I think I'm gonna need to basically come in at an angle. So I'm honestly almost like, I may do this. I don't like this because I don't like where that post is, but if I hit it, I don't know that it matters. But then, at least I'm kind of already where I need to be. And yeah, I'm not gonna hit it.
Here we are, safe and sound.
I'm not gonna hit it, which is good. And then we need to go over this way. And then should be able to come in this way. So we'll see if that's better. I hope it is. Come on. Thank God. Alright, let's see what we get. And we lost some damage, but that's okay. 1792, we didn't get that much. That's crazy. But 503 miles. And we got 2 skill points, so that's what I would do. And if we go look at the map, there you go, 77, over 75% of the road discovered. So we go up here, we went up, see, and then I'm confused because somewhere we turned around. Old Foot, pump station 4, 3, see, and we didn't. So it's just like was giving me a weird, like the direction I was traveling, I guess. So it is up there. Right, so there's a thing like right there, which is 32 miles. That's good to know. So that one takes you like halfway off to that one that we didn't get to. 5 Mile Airport is even further. Cables are also going there. So the campground way out to Fox. Did we pass Fox, or is Fox off? Okay, so Fox is almost there. And then you've just got stuff back to Fairbanks. See, and the question, see, this is 20,000 pounds. Like, it might be doable without too much difficulty. And certainly, see, but this is probably close to a problem. And then, yeah, if you're taking Dead Horse, that is Peterbilt, Alaska. Gotta be. Wait, okay, right down there, Fairbanks. Okay, so just Peterbilt. This one's, yeah, 502, 503. You know, so that's the thing, moving containers, and they're just 6,000 pounds, but you're getting paid like nothing. You have to go that whole distance. But we finished it. I don't know how much of it you watched. Maybe you just popped to the end just to see what the situation was. If you've not liked or subscribed, I'm going to ask here again. Who knows if you've seen it in the middle. And I will see you next time at some other episode, but no expectation, no plans for any more Dalton Highway stuff.